There, I'll see you later. Drive around.
Nothing good for the two that want out.
Nothing wrong.
What? free loot.
Like you said, Jacob, taking advantage of the situation as Pars and Rays here have that player and also effective HP advantage against their opponent, Kevin. But looks like they don't want to chase too much. You know, they want to play it slow. Their opponent's going to keep kind of staggering and running it. You want to get positioned in the zone. You want to make sure you have enough loot, enough materials, and you can see 25 builds for Rays. He's going to want to farm a bit here, so they're actually going to take the disengagement, group up again, and kind of reset, you know, figure out the game plan.
Yep. And for Kevin, his game plan is literally simple. Wait, see what happens. There's so much time on the reboot, but Rays is looking for him. He knows that's a common spot to hide. He spots out Kevin. Immediately, Kevin's forced to turn, run, get out of there. As Rays probably calling that one out to Pars to cut him off from another angle. And this is where it makes Kevin so much pressure is going to be put on him to try to survive. And he has to make that decision, Takada. Do I continue to wait for the card around so many other players, or do I just get out and play the rest of this one as a solo?
Looks like Kevin's going to decide to disengage for now, but this couldn't be the end, Jacob. He can always come back, right? He has the time, so it's up to Kevin and his duo partner Yazir to make that decision, right? How long does he loot up? Does he go for that reboot card later? Does he risk going for that? I mean, it really is up to him, but taking a look at Arkham Epic here, our picks, our predictions for today's semifinals in the Coney Crossroads. I mean, so far they're doing a good job, but for Snacky and Fab, looks like it's gotten a bit risky.
Yeah, but they have the separation on two different players, but they're reuniting here. And I like how they're getting aggressive still on Fabs and Snacky, but a great shot's going to be fired back. Snacky trying to take over the high ground building, trying to block himself off to make sure every single angle he's not going to be able to get shot from, but that's going to go ahead and allow them that moment. You hear the splashes going off, they're healing, and Fabs and Snacky, they're just going to disengage for this short moment. They realize they cannot put all their eggs in the basket this early.
I mean, Snacky got an amazing, quick striker pump shot to start that engagement off, but you always got to know when it's too risky, right? You can see the third party's already coming in. There's duos from afar raining down shots on them, and if they get too, you know, aggressive here, Jacob, they could really just get picked off by another duo. So they're playing it smart here, playing it slow, waiting for that perfect situation. I mean, they already have the damage, so Storm Surge, they're feeling good so far, but an elimination always comes in handy, right? 3 points per elimination, Jacob, that's huge.
And don't remember, Qualifier 1, Fabs and Snack started off with a huge victory royale. Qualifier number 2, they didn't get that victory royale, but they had 15 or so eliminations as a duo, most of them coming off of the back of Snacky, knowing when and where to go in and risk it all, as React and Remy rotating from Sleepy Sounds, not wanting to get that early exchange, but they found something better. Victim and Matten, this is going to be a good chance for them to try to take out this duo, but I think they too, just like that Fabs and Snacky fight, got what they wanted, and now they're leaving.
I mean, it's interesting, right? Even Pars and Rays, I mean, a majority of the engagements we've seen in this early game, they just get disengaged from, right? You get the damage, you know you're good on Storm Surge, and then they just focus on the rotate. That's like the difference with these high-tier players, right? They know when it's too risky to continue going for that engagement. If you get the elimination, I mean, it could be nice. You get some points, you get a bit of loot, but if the zone's already closed on a far side of the map, I mean, that's dangerous, especially in the semifinals here. I mean, all the players in this lobby are the best of their region, so you've really got to think about which engagements you take and which ones you just give up for that position.
Yeah, there's all the confidence in the world. It doesn't mean anything if you don't have the brain to kind of back it up. You see Noah plays typical gamer. CP Sound was going to be their original drop, so one team already moving left. They're trying to go as deep south as possible. But the thing is, right now, everybody from the east is also moving in that same direction. So sooner or later, Noah plays and his teammate, Typical Gamer, are going to have to figure out where they're going to box up and get Surge, because I didn't see them get too many tags off the spawn.
Landjog Punisher here on the southern west side of the map. 91 players alive still, 46 duos. I want to take some time now for the people in the chat to give a shout out to who they're rooting for, right? Put the name of that duo that you're looking to get a victory royale, take it home, see them in the finals, as we have Punisher here, getting some nice tags from afar, seeing what he can do, you know? This is a good way to play it safe and get Storm Surge. You can get Storm Surge through box fights, or you can get Storm Surge from afar, right? Getting those tags little by little, kind of the safer option. If you have the time, I mean, normally the best way to do it.
Yeah, and that's something that they kind of coined, you know, just kind of an older duo, so to speak. You know, they've been competing together since the World Cup days, but the strategy has changed ever so much, and I know you can agree with that one, so that's what you see either. Right now, it's just trying to find a spot to get the Surge, and they'll worry about those box fights, the aggressive plays when they come. It's Arkham and Epic setting up towards the high ground. A great spot as long as they can find the tags, which already it's Arkham finding that success.
I mean, you can see how quickly Arkham and Epic went from Coney Crossroads to the Collider, right? You know they want to get those tags, especially seeing that they're uncontested in their drop spot and they can't get that damage early. They want to go around the map quickly. They want to rotate as soon as possible, get a high elevated position, and go for those tags. That's exactly what they're doing here at the Collider. They can even make use of their environmental mobility here if they decide to make that rotate later. And you can even see at the bottom right of the minimap, the zone has closed a bit far here. So they have to kind of think about, do we stay here? Do we keep looking for tags, or do we just go for the rotate?
Yeah, and this is why I say it's a story of redemption, because if you guys missed that quick stat at the top, Epic Well and 40R Storm are two of the most individuals with finals appearances, with 12 total. So even though people might be surprised to see them here in the semifinals, that's kind of why I'm picking them over and over and over. But another fight's going to break out here, and that's Reeks trying to put the shots on the side to Russo and try to force him outside of zone. You can see they're going high, trying to take the layers from above them, take away all their escape routes, take away all their options if you're going to get aggressive. But for them, they realize it is going to be a far pull, and they would rather start rotating now so they don't get stuck later.
A little bit of info for you that collectively the players today have 210 total FNCS finals appearances. I mean, that just shows how much experience is in this lobby. And I mean, with 91 players 91 players alive, I mean, I'm not surprised at the level we're seeing here as MG and Reeks are trying to decide how they're going to make this rotate work. They have 50 seconds until the zone starts closing. Two duos behind them, a duo in front of them taking shots. So it's quite a difficult position to be in here as we switch over to Show and Poppy Blast.
Yeah, you can see them what look like either taking tags or giving them, using the chug splashes regardless to try to get the HP and shields back up. You can see already becoming a target from the duos around. That's Miles and Gordon. You see CZR taking out Victor, and you got to think that's that fight going down right on the side. So even though there's all these teams going and staying close together, you can see those are the moments you got to strike while the iron's hot, when nobody else is looking.
Right, for that perfect moment, right, to attack, to get those eliminations, make sure you're feeling safe for the upcoming zones. As we're looking at this engagement right now, CZR and Slick, it's actually going against Victor V and Jaden now. They're in that 1 versus 2. Slick goes down though, makes it a 1 versus 1, and this engagement could go either way. Jaden actually having the HP advantage, coming from a 1 versus 2, now having the advantage and actually fully finishing Slick off.
Yeah, for him, it's trying to return the favor. Victor V gets 2 eliminations early on to save Jaden. Now Jaden has to save the game and get as many points as possible. He's chasing this player out like he got the green light. Great tag, and he's going to completely take him down. Jaden gets 2 eliminations to his name, and even though Victor V has fallen already, they have 12 points through straight eliminations.
Jaden with a quick 1 versus 2, but I don't know if he got the reboot. And even if he did now, Jacob, I mean, that's going to be so risky with second zone here coming to a close in 1 minute and 20 seconds. We'll just have to see if we see Victor V later up in the game. But look at a typical gamer actually going to do a rotation here in the Collider. You can see if he can pull this one off, and there it is, Jacob. I love seeing how these players adapt.
You know, after everybody sees Reese fail on Twitter for that same jump, you know, nobody wants to make that same mistake again. But, you know, Reese, kind of a pioneer for things. That's why he is on the FNCS broadcast team. And you can kind of thank him for that one, typical gamer, as you get yourself, I would say, a safe spot in towards zone. But you got a couple of moments to travel through. 132 and counting below the damage threshold. And that's where I get a little nervous, because they're on low ground. Many teams above them, I don't know where they're going to get the shots from.
I mean, it's concerning me too, right? I mean, if you're 129 below, you can come back from that, but 34 seconds left, getting shots taken from opposing duos. Noah getting cracked here, typical gamer, not having any shield either. They do have the chug splashes, but they have to group up for that, and grouping up, they could just lose some HP trying to do that. So it's getting risky here. They might have to just give up a little bit of their shields to trade some tags onto opponents, but it looks like they're going to use the chug splashes here, get healed up, even use some floppers and see if they can get some tags here. As Poppy Blast and Show are also below here and edging themselves into zone.
Yeah, this is where I'm telling you, week after week, every time we see it, depending on where and how many people are left alive, Storm Surge is not something you want to realistically try to out-heal. And I see Defiable going down as the elimination feed. Show and Poppy Blast trying to get in the box. They need it badly. The Storm Surge is going to be theirs. They pick up the eliminations, and they go above the threshold. But it's instantly, as they're going above, you can see they're already dropping.
And not only that, at the bottom right, they got to make a rotation as well, Jacob. Luckily enough, though, the next zone did not pull too far. So if they're able to make it in without Kika and his duo partner seeing them, I think they just maybe will be able to recover from this situation, but a duo that I'm not sure if they're going to be able to recover here is Noah and Typical Gamer, 42 below. 0 eliminations. They're going to have to make something happen here. They're going to have to get a tag, do some damage. It's Victor V and Jaden. They got the reboot, Jacob.
That's what I'm saying. Victor V is back at it again. Jaden with the halo above his head, the savior of their game. Just, you can really kind of see them as the 1-2 punch combo, really getting better week after week. The elimination feed lighten up. Nigel's down. Miles is down. So many players going down and out, and Typical Gamer actually picked up that elimination, and that was big because not only does it get him 3 points, it gets him a siphon because of the spot they were in. That was absolutely impactful.
Just on the feed, Puppy Blast actually went down. Not sure if his duo partner is up and going, but so far for Noah Plays and Typical Gamer, they're feeling a lot better now above that threshold. But the problem I'm seeing, Jacob, is those shields, right? 48 effective HP for Noah. Typical Gamer doesn't have any shield either, so they got to make something happen, right? Maybe a aggressive play onto a duo, maybe catch one off guard if he's a solo, but it's going to be difficult. Anything's possible, though, as we have Evol here and on 1, 47 below. They just need 1 tag. That's all they need.
Yep, they too are having that struggle to find the shots needed, but there goes 29. Still not going to be enough, though. Forcing out splashes. The last flopper is going to be used. So many teams trying to out-heal the Storm Surge, using every bit of their resources. But at this stage of the game, Takata, only 3 more players need to go down, and they've been granted that miracle. 65 above the damage threshold. That's going to allow them at least a little bit of a rotate.
Third zone, 55 seconds until it comes to a close. We've reached that 70-player threshold, so we don't have Storm Surge up anymore. Evol and On One, though, they're kind of going on the edge of that zone. But look at this. Noah and Typical Gamer. It seems that they might have just picked up another elimination here, but Noah's actually going to end up going down, so Typical Gamer now is going to have to clutch it up.
Yep, at least he got one, but Bolts, I believe that was Panda's pick on that. No, it was Clay's pick. Clay actually did a big pick on that one because Bolts and Kruyor, not with the most practice time underneath their belt. And after talking to him yesterday, it's just natural chemistry at its finest. You see the replay in hand. Typical Gamer and Noah Plays. One of them is going to go out, while Typical Gamer is going to be able to pick up this elimination by dropping into the box at the perfect time.
I mean, you can see the harpoon is used for a lot of things. You can fish up loot. You can fish up floppers, and you can even fish up some opponents that are breaking through their builds. Does a good amount of damage to structures, so they actually use that to go right into the box, make that play I was talking about that they needed, but unfortunately, Noah went down during that, so Typical Gamer's gonna have to make something happen here as the zone has closed. A little far away, so Typical Gamer is gonna have to make something happen. I also see Victor V and Jaden. They're looking good after the reboot, Jacob. I got hopes.
I feel bad because after everything Typical Gamer and Noah went through, he's gonna have to change his name to DJ Gamer because he needs another one. He needs another refresh, and he needs it now. He doesn't have health. He doesn't have a teammate. He does have some resources and mats to be able to travel, but as soon as the lobby sees him as a solo, they're going to go, just like this team right here. They're ready to go today after getting second place in last season's FNCS finals. They talked to me about their game. They're calm, cool, collected. They're not going to get over aggressive. They're waiting for these opportunities to come to them because they know as long as they make it to endgame, eliminations will fall left and right in their hands.
Interesting loadout from Raze. They're actually using the epic sniper rifle. Would love to see a shot come out from them as On One and Evol are not having a great time here. You can see their effective HP is quite low here, and they have a good amount of duos taking shots at them. And if they have to make a rotate, I mean, it's going to be incredibly difficult. There's Typical Gamer now as a solo doing what he can, has 67 builds left, but he's out of shields here, 20 effective HP, Jacob. A miracle has to happen here for Typical Gamer.
A miracle. You think a miracle? I think it needs a little bit more than a miracle at this point. He's going to need some help right now as he's just under siege. Players shooting boxes left, right, and center, but he's just going to go ahead and edit out the other side. I wouldn't say he has a ton of builds, but I think he has enough to at least make it to the next zone. After that, I think he's going to have to look for a refresh. He's going to have to look for something to farm right now because he's just going through it.
Great job so far making use of his materials here. You have to overbuild. When you're only one shot away from getting eliminated, you have to use all of your materials to get into the zone, and that's exactly what Typical Gamer is doing here, as he's just a few boxes out here. If he could just maybe make a run for it, get inside of a build, that's exactly what he's going to do here. And it looks like Jacob, he might be able to get this rotate.
Oh, I thought he was going to at least try to like refarm some of this wood, give him at least something. Only 2 builds left to his name, especially knowing the fact that he's not in zone just yet. He still needs to continue to try to move forward, which he's doing for now. So many players not really noticing him, but we know that's going to come to an end eventually as he has to break out through the door. Still no builds to his name. He is being really, really risky right now, but it's working out as he picked up some placements.
Oh, unfortunately enough, though, gonna go down there in the 29th spot, but great effort, Jacob.
Yep.
Almost clutched it up there as a solo. As we have Notorious now, though, who's taken that #1 spot from Victor V and his duo with 14 points here. They have 4 eliminations already in 5th zone. Coming to a close, 259 above Storm Surge. Problem here, though, is Notorious is now a solo. Gonna have to make something happen as the 5th zone is actually close to the opposite side of the map here, so maybe he's got a launch pad, maybe he can recycle one, maybe he can swim down the river, take a dead side rotate. I mean, there's so many options, but which one's the correct one? That's why you need an important IGL on your team, right? That can make those decisions quickly and make the right ones.
That's why I like you're the IGL on our team, because I think that river rotate, as long as it's going down, that could be something that could be a little sneaky. Doesn't force a lot of resources, and it's going to be a quick one. And that duo, you know, they landed towards Daily Bugle along with a couple of our other teams as Western trying to stay alive, using a lot of builds. And luckily, he does have a ton of builds to continue to try to hold the line, but he's looking for damage all at the same time to try to get above that damage threshold. But whether he got above or below, that's neither here nor there, because only 50 players left alive in this game.
Storm Surge threshold is gone for this 5th zone. Might be back in first moving if we're above 30 players, but looking here at West, kind of waiting it out, healing up, and gonna do a later rotate here. A lot of people in this 5th zone do end up using a launch pad to rotate. It's like first moving, so if you can kind of sneak on the ground level, might be able to make something happen. But looking at Epic Whale, looks like Arkham has been taken down with an elimination here, so Epic Whale gonna have to clutch it up as a solo.
The troubles do continue, but like I said, it's not about it being predictions anymore. For them, it's about redemption. Getting forced into the semifinals. In Qualifier 1, that was their closest performance in 6th place, and all fell, crumbling down below them. And that last and final game where they overchased Mecton and Chicken, and it was a fight that they could have won, but Chicken just absolutely clutches up to kind of send them to another qualifier. Bolts and Crew are doing a good job as well. 4 eliminations, 14 points, finding some floppers, trying to bring it back up. And I like the way he's cycling it, because he knows as long as they're in a good spot right now, they can continue to throw those around.
I mean, that loadout, it's looking amazing too, Jacob. Have the med mist, have a good amount of materials, chug splashes, epic assault rifle, got the combat SMG. I mean, you have everything you need here as now the first zone begins to move, Jacob. This is semifinals, day 1 on NA West, and the action is just getting started.
I saw Quinn still alive in there. I did see Defiable go down before, so it's interesting to see if he does have the reboot. And I don't think it is going to come through. Multiple players using recycling launch pads. Epic Well towards the backside. Notorious, though, still needing to find some shots for Surge. 53 below, but it's not too much below to where he's going to be pressured. As long as he stays calm, cool, collected, I do believe he will find the shots that's necessary.
Snacky and fast with top right here, looking for some picks. Actually gets the pre-edits, but does not get that knock. And looking at the map, I do believe we do have Aiden and Moose on the high ground. For how long will they be able to hold it? A Victor Royale does qualify to the finals, so high ground is heavily contested in these matches as Fabs and Snacky are looking to get some eliminations on this rotate.
Saw Salco picking up a big 2. Saw Landjock Punisher taking a piece of that pie. You can see the elimination feed just lighting up like the 4th of July. Fireworks going off as Epicwell still doing big things as a solo, finding a way to stay above the damage threshold, picking up another elimination out of nowhere, but only 18 builds. That's where it gets concerning, but that's also why he's trying to drop down as low as possible.
18 builds, but the confidence, Epic Will has it. Looking for any angle, any connection he can make onto an opponent here to knock him down, get that refresh, get that siphon as Aiden and Moose are still on the high ground here. They've had it in this first moving zone. Will they be able to hold it though as Pars has gone down? Ray's now playing as a solo, getting into zone little by little. 42 builds to work with.
Yeah, this is where they kind of do a good job, though. Even though they're a phenomenal duo team, Pars and Rays also pick up a ton of clutch solo points. He's looking for a big elimination, gets the piece control, dropping the players down. First place is out as Pars and Rays take it as a solo.
Epic Whale still going through these eliminations now onto 25 points, clutching it up as a solo, just like Punisher's doing here, but Kimchi gonna get knocked down almost. Moose and Aiden doing a great job of holding his high ground as Epic Whale trying to get a wall replace here, trying to get an angle, trying to get a shot off to get another elimination in the 5th place spot right now. Will Moose and Aiden be able to take this game 1?
Yeah, their game plan they told me about working oh so perfectly, holding a high layer until they could sneak up and steal away the high ground, and they've been holding on to it for 2 zones now as Epic Whale running out of builds but popping in and out of covers, trying to find that refresh, but he's not getting greedy. He's not getting overconfident, but the players in front of him, that's Southgo, the shots fire off between both of them. Epic Whale doing a good job on the defensive end, but he can take what he can get because there's too many players around with a teammate alive.
Only one more build now. Zero builds for Epic Whale. He's already done such an amazing job as a solo, but he's not done yet. Snacky and Favs get taken down. We have Salty and his duo partner up, and Epic Whale now in the 5th place spot, looking to get another elimination. 120, is it gonna be enough? No! Epic Whale goes down. Now Salty and Notch. This might be a 2 versus 2 against the high ground.
A great turn and burn from Nitrix, but Salty, Notch, Nitrix, Screw Your Bolts. Only one solo is alive. Everybody else has somebody on their side to help them out for the rest of this game, and Nitrix goes down. That was the last solo remaining. 3 teams, a triple threat match of sorts for game number 1.
6 players alive, 3 duos. We have Moose and Aiden on the high ground. We have Bolts and Crew here close head-to-head on the low ground against the opposing duo partner. Who is going to wait it out? Who is going to make that initial aggressive play? It might just be Notch and Salty.
Yep, not Salty, just weaving around. They do have the builds if it does go up, but they're trying to take a side angle, going ahead and getting aggressive onto Bolts and Cruyor, who are also trying to rotate around. Salty, they're trying to stay ahead, but players trying to push into their box from the backside, forcing out the med mist and the heals. A little bit early, but he's still going to have enough later on if it does come down to it, but the shots still remain from above. Bolts, he loses his teammate. Now it's in a 1v2 situation, goes from the side, big plays, but he goes down. Only 2v1 as Notch picks up those. Aiden and Moose from the high ground. They're doing exactly what they said they're going to do. Wait till the last moment, take it, put the pressure, and win the game.
They did it, Jacob. From first moving zone to the last, Aiden and Moose take game 1. Held the high ground the whole way through.
Yep, they did absolutely phenomenal. And one of the questions that I did not ask them is, how do you feel going up in Favs and Snacky, sharing that same drop spot? And they didn't mention it. They weren't nervous. They knew they had their game plan in the bag.
But now, Aiden and Moose, they got the victory royale. They're qualified to the finals, meaning Favs and Snacky, they might just have an uncontested drop spot. That's what I like about the semis, Jacob. Things are going to change up every game, but Moose and Aiden taking game 1. What a phenomenal performance.
Yep, so many players really showed up big. And honestly, like I said, it's not a prediction anymore. It's a redemption. And Epic Will showed he is here to play on semifinals day number 1. Got me smiling ear to ear. And Takada, I think it's just our teamwork.
I mean, it could be. Teamwork does make dream work, Jacob. So I'm curious to see what Epic Whale and Arkham can do when they're up together, right? If Epic Whale can do that as a solo, what are they going to be able to do together? But what I do want to know is what our desk can break down here. So Kelly, Panda, and Clay, please take it away.
Don't we have some of the best casters in all of the regions? I mean, they should just be joining us onto the analyst desk, because what a great breakdown that was. But of course, congratulations to Aiden and Moose for that victory royale. You know, we said it at the top of the show, don't grab height too early. They proved us wrong, Clay.
Yeah, they really decided, you know what? No. We're playing old style Fortnite. We're grabbing it at that 6 zone, and we're going all the way to the victory. And hey, sometimes that works when everyone else is fighting below you.
Now, it did go down to a 2v2v2 at the very end, but Panda, we got to talk about the solo man himself, Epic Whale.
Listen, what an incredible performance, right? Obviously, Epic Whale being one of the most talented players across any region, right? We've seen it time and time again where he just clutches up as a solo player, and honestly, it's not a surprise at this point.
No,
it really isn't, but it's nice to see Epic Whale in top form.
And we were talking about at the top of the show, Raze and Pars with what, 6-7 eliminations, just dominating the low ground, Clay.
Yeah, we saw them, and you know, it's funny because Panda almost picked them, and then he pulled a switcheroo there. But let's just take a look at how well his prediction could have done. Just look at that, back-to-back fighting with each other. Raze finds a launch pad out of nowhere, ends up being a solo in this moment, and still decides to pop off. Still goes for these eliminations. The tracking is beautiful. Sitting on 6 right now, Panda.
Yeah, I mean, look, the elimination's looking good here. When Pars went down early, though, I think that was the moment that Raze may have been caught a little off guard. You see him still playing a little aggressive there, which without your teammate is pretty tough to do. So definitely going to be interesting to see how they can continue that momentum forward, but a good start nonetheless.
You know what else is tough to do? Holding height for 4 zones, and that's exactly what Aiden and Moose did. And we're going to take a quick look at some of the highlights right now because there was just so many highlights to see.
Yeah, I mean, just take a look at it, right? They had 3 elims on the high ground. And look, I want to point out right here, big moment, 9 chug splashes.
Ooh.
They were ready for the heal off as well if it went to that.
And I got to say this, right? This is what these teams need to do. This is what they need to prepare for. Because when it is all about the VR, listen, you don't want to leave any doubt, right? We saw Snacky Fabs last season qualify because of what? A heal off. So for them, really smart play, holding all those heals. But listen, there's still 4 more games left to go.
Oh, and of course, we have to take a quick look at our standings right now. Notch and Salty coming out on top with 49 points, and that is all because of those 7 eliminations. But Bolts and Croyer, I mean, talk about it, Panda.
Listen, it's Clay's pick. And a great start. I got to commend you. Look, I'm giving you the props, man. It is a really good start from this team and a really good start from a lot of these teams because, look, Arkham, Epic Whale. Epic Whale as a solo player with those solo impact points, man, that's got to be crazy. Holding on for that long to climb into a top 5 spot.
And that's what they needed coming out of this game. They could not stumble. If they stumbled out of game number 1, they were not going to qualify through to the day. So it's great to see them in a qualifying position.
I mean, there was a lot of other great plays as well, but let's just go down the list real quick. We have Nitrix and Caesar in 3rd place. Pars and Rays, of course, the substitute pick there in 4th. But let's focus once again on Salty and Notch.
Yeah, look, this is an incredible team. They did a really good job of holding the mid-ground. We talked about the importance of the mid-ground going into this, right? So it's going to be interesting to see how these teams can capitalize on the mid-ground. However, obviously, high ground in that situation was king. I can't lie.
But obviously, there were some great plays on the low ground there. Grabbing those eliminations, just like what we saw Salty's team do, that is going to put them so far ahead of the rest.
It really will. And again, at the end of the day, there's 2 storylines playing out. Can you get a victory royale? And if you can't, can you play consistent?
And that's what we saw right there. Again, it going down to Bolts and Courier, Aiden and Moose, and Notch and Salty for the 2v2v2 right there. I honestly don't think we've ever seen that many full teams at the end.
Yeah, I mean, look, I do want to say one thing, right? We didn't talk about them, but they are in the top 10, right? It's Snacky Fabs. They did a really good job with Surge that game. I didn't get a chance to talk about it mid-game, but they did an exceptional job of making sure they had the tags, where to go, they were positioned well, and so on. But now they have an uncontested drop spot. I have a feeling that's going to be that winning spice to walk away with a final spot.
Well, it may not be uncontested, right? Someone else may say, oh, well, hey, they're landing their solo, now maybe we get to drop on them.
I mean, this competition is all about adaption and understanding what is the win condition right now. Having a great drop spot, especially from a team that just grabbed the VR, definitely some eyes are going to be on that new POY right now. And I think some eyes are going to be on Fabs and Snacky after that performance.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think, look, if anybody tries to challenge the 2-time champions, listen, that might be a risk. I'm just saying. I'm not just saying that because it's my prediction. But regardless, right, obviously these teams are going to be looking up at the map. They're going to be paying attention to who qualified through, and then they're going to make some adjustments based on that.
I mean, it might be a duo that's a 2-time champ. And speaking of 2s, everyone, we got game number 2 ready to go. So let's head on over to our casters. It's Takata and Jacob.
I love the transition, Kelly. Always a great breakdown from the best. I mean, we got the best of the best in the West on the desk, Jacob, and now we're going to be getting into that game 2. We already got game 1 down, 4 more games to go, and I'm feeling hyped.
Yeah, Aiden and Moose did exactly what they told me they were going to do to win that game. And honestly, game number 1 looked like it was played like a final. So much surge, so many players playing very, very carefully. But as the games dwindle down, you're going to see a lot of risk being taken.
I mean, that's the thing, right? There's 2 ways to qualify. You go for that victory royale, or you go for that consistency. And we're going to see which duos do what because the battle bus is ready to go.
Battle bus is ready. And hopefully after that first game, so is everyone else. With one less team in the lobby, you can maybe feel it around a little bit more, especially if you're Favs and Snacky at that brand new POI, as long as they remain uncontested. Because like our analyst said, as each team drops out, that opens up another spot to take over on the map. And I like this. Victor V starting off here towards the Joneses. A big double kill to start off game number 1, saving Jaden and saving their game for 13 points.
Getting that double elimination, Victor V and Jaden. Will they be able to do it again? That's the question, Jacob. In the Jonesies, they had such a successful start to game 1. Will they be able to repeat that and do it again here in game 2? You see on the mini-map where the players are located, and it looks like they're going to have to go into an engagement again.
Yep. Splitting a lot of that loot here over towards the Joneses. Victor V, some might be asking, well, you know, why pop the big pot right out the gates? But that's because you want to get your shields. You want to get as much of it as possible, especially after that last game when you realize an early exchange is absolutely possible. Just like over here at Chonkers, and it's going to be a contested building this time around. Usually that team goes to the outside, so already adjustments being made. X-Rays trying to get in the box. Each team lost 1 player, and that's going to be X-Rays losing his teammate officially as the eliminations being picked up, but he cannot get the siphon, and Setnun Physics will stay alive.
But you can't feel safe yet. Another duo coming in for the third party here. Physics quickly realizing this, trying to make the escape as Chickenitza and his duo partner here are looking for that elimination. They came in for the third party at the perfect moment, but will they be able to catch him off guard? Will they be able to get Physics here, get that elimination, that extra 3 points? They've played it perfectly so far, but now looks like Chicken's duo might go for that 1 versus 1, but you can see, no, he's playing it slow. He wants to take that player advantage. He wants to take the 2 versus 1, and they're playing it perfectly.
Yeah, I like how they rotated over on quickly, but as soon as they realized players were boxed up, now they're taking their time, taking their pieces one by one, trying to get as much of the control as possible. Physics, they know he's separated. Chicken and his duo are trying to push through while the Iron's hot, but Physics already lost Sedna early on. He has to do it by himself. 1 mini to his name, not a lot of builds. They're still getting aggressive, trying to break in the box. He's going to have to figure out a way to turn and burn and take out 2 different people because they're still hot on his heels.
Chicken's duo here looking to see what he can make happen, looking for that angle, that flank onto his opponent here. His Physics already been cracked. Now down to just HP here. Will they be able to find the angle? I mean, Physics has done such a great job already as a solo, just running through the builds, juking them out, keeping himself up as long as possible. The question is, though, will he be able to come out on top? Will he be able to take one of his opponents out, make that a 1 versus 1? But it looks like he's been cracked again. Just one more shot from that striker pump shotgun. He's going to go down, and there it is. Chickenitza cleaning it up.
Yep, they get that last team. They get the rest of Chonkers Speedway to their own. And because, honestly, they did switch up their drop spot a little bit, and they contested the actual building. If anybody knows Reese's actual solo spot on the right, there's a ton of loot, a ton of splashes, a ton of heals they can now rotate on over before they make their way towards the storm and start to accumulate as Noah plays in typical gamer. The same off-spawn fight that usually happens over towards Sleepy Sound, but this time around, they're trying to get aggressive, going in and out of covers, but those pieces aren't necessarily theirs. They got to be careful. Typical gamer goes down, and so does Noah. They have to try again in game 3.
What a great job from West there, staying up. He was getting shots from both Noah and typical gamer there, but had the movement needed to dodge enough there, stay up and get those eliminations. Now 2 eliminations for West here in Sleepy Sound, but take a look at the mini-map. Their opponents, they heard their shots. A third party might just be coming in here.
Yeah, and that's React and Remy. They know how to get aggressive. They know how to take advantage of certain situations, but taking those 2 striker burst shots, they may try to sneak around a little bit, see React just going for another angle, not necessarily showing his entire hand, and already looking without any sort of striker or drum. He might be looking to get into the box or be the support for his teammate, but you see Echo, Western holding on to the high ground, trying to peek through with the angles, but there it goes. React by himself, fires off some damage, but this fight is going to continue as they try to regroup later on.
From one engagement to another, Jacob, you're never safe here in the Sleepy Sound, as West and Echo do have the positional advantage with the high elevated spot, but the question is, do they want to keep it? First zone is closing, and zone is not closing in this part of the map, so they do have to make a rotate. Looks like both teams made a mutual agreement here. They're like, okay, we'll back off. Maybe we'll find each other later in the match, but let's get that rotate down.
Yeah, and it wasn't too far of a pull for them, so I think they're just going to try to loot up. They still have some time before they actually have to try to beeline it towards the zone. as you see Jaden jumping back on board. Lost Victor V early on, not able to save his life this time around, but you can see an immediate rotation afterwards. The big question, though, Takata, did he get the reboot? Because Victor V was able to get Jaden's last time, brought him back into the game, and allowed them to achieve 16th place.
Switching over to Snacky Favs, who might just have that new POI uncontested, seeing that Aiden and Moose did qualify through a victory royale in game 1. So, I mean, if you can see just by their loot, Jacob, I'm pretty sure they've got a good amount. And did Snacky just knock down Chris? He did, out of the air. What a shot. They're actually gonna look for that engagement now. They got the knock, but if you see, there's actually another duo getting close to that knock. Don't think Snacky knows this information, so they might just get into a 2 versus 2 thinking they have that player advantage.
Yeah, he knows at least somebody's over there. The elimination did get cleaned up for a moment, but that's not going to stop them from trying to get aggressive. But as soon as they realize it's not the original team that they fought, that it's not a solo, you see how smart they're playing for the future. They're playing for endgame and to put themselves in a better spot. This time around, I do believe 6th place. They're playing a little bit for consistency, but if they can grab that VR, you know they're going to snatch it away.
Meanwhile, in the corner of the map here, we got Defiable. We've got Quinn going up against the duo here on the shoreline. 2 minutes, 5 seconds until this first zone closes, and they want this engagement. They want these eliminations, but they are quite a ways away from the zone. So is it really worth it to go for these few eliminations here? Maybe kind of claim your drop spot, right? Tell the opponents to not rotate through here. This is your loot path, but is it really going to be worth it as Arkham on the Elam feed just got one?
Yeah, you saw Defiable Quinn out there so far, but Yagvir is going to go out there straight to the lobby of Snacky. Waste no time getting into the box. But the reason why Defiable and Quinn, you know, we were talking about it, their plan this time around is kind of gambling on those far zones, going over towards Daily Bugle. And if it doesn't actually end there, that's when they're going to be going and trying to banking on that rotation. Hopefully they can get to zone just in the nick of time. But they're contested at Daily Bugle, so many teams around them. So they got to be sitting in a good spot at Surge. But who's not sitting in a good spot right now is Landjock. He already lost Punisher early on, and he's still in that same fight.
What I'm trying to see here is he in a 1 versus 2 or is he in a 1 versus 1? Punisher has gone down. It looks like he was able to knock down on one, so now it's just all up to Evil. It could be a 1v1 engagement, or they could disengage. Landjock is trying to take the disengagement, but Evil, he wants the action. He wants that elimination. He wants to take Landjock out here as he takes some shots there with the Epic Combat SMG. They're going to keep pushing here, but this is going to be... This could be risky as On One was knocked down. I believe he could have picked him up. Yeah, I think he picked him up towards the last second, but I think this is a beautiful play for On One and Evo because they know who drops around them. They know Landjock and Punisher kind of go towards the outskirts. They play that Stowe game, so they're chasing him down because they realize there's so few teams left on this side of the zone. But come on, swimming versus a boat. We know Landjock is going to outrun him by a mile, so Evo and On One journey will continue here with that one elimination. Evil with the 7 points on one. They're going to keep it going here, keep it running, just like what Landjock's doing there. Going as far as he can here, Jacob, trying to stay up. I believe he did get Punisher's card, so the reboot is a possibility, but it really depends on actually, this zone could be good for that, Jacob. The zone has closed out of the Greasy Grove POI, so he could go for a reboot here as the teams rotate out. And he will have to go for a late rotate, but it could be worth it if he can get his duo partner up and they can play as a team.
That's if. That's if. And you can capitalize the word if Evo and On1 even want to let him get away. Like I said, they know that is a slower, less contested side of that zone. So as long as kind of everybody began to rotate in, they're banking on it being less traveled, way less players there, and that's why they're going to be on the chase. But Arkham and Epic, I'm continuing the story of redemption. Big elimination so far, so that's going to allow them to try to move in. Great spot, a position inside zone, so they can go ahead and get the tags that they need, because you know as well as I do, while the competition is hot, one elimination at times is just not enough.
I mean, it's not enough, but at other times it could be that elimination that qualifies you to the next round. And I mean, that's what you're looking for, right? Is we have Vaults and Kruyor here who are feeling good right now in the second place spot, 44 points. And looking at this game too, the loot, they have it, the materials, they have it, but the positioning, second zone, 45 seconds till it starts closing. I mean, if they keep it rotating, could be good. Maybe just play edge zone here, or really depends on what their game plan is, what they like doing, what they like playing. But so far, whatever they're doing, it's working.
Yeah, and all of this right now is just straight skill and natural chemistry. They haven't been doing for a long time, but when you realize your roles, you realize what needs to be done for the game, and you're as skilled as Boats and Kruyar, you can make magic happen, and they're looking for the magic run right here in semifinals day number 1. All they need, like we keep talking about, is 2 different ways. A victory royale would just shoot you straight into the finals, or a top 6 at the end of 5 games. I don't know what happened, but Arkham with a double kill, redemption at its finest.
Double elim for Arkham there. Great job getting that. I mean, they're doing good right now. That's a back-to-back there for Arkham and Epic. Will they be able to keep it up, though? Looking at 4DR and Caden, 158 below. It's looking dangerous here, but actually refreshing up to 222 above. So they're feeling good. They got the position in. They got the damage. But will they be able to maintain that? I mean, with the position they're in zone here, they're looking good, and they actually have a high chance of getting the next zone.
Yep, and we want to see what happened during that play. Clay, you're the only one I trust to break it down for us.
Yeah, you know, Arkham and Epic, well, Arkham and Epic doing a lot of work today. They're coming out, they're getting these elims quick, and that's what they needed to do, because before in the qualifiers, they got lost. So they couldn't get these elims, they couldn't get into these boxes very quickly. But look at this, Arkham and immediately gets the elimination, boxes them up, and boom. That's what we want to see for them coming forward.
That's what we want to see. Well said, Clay. I mean, Arkham and Epic, Jacob, you can see the confidence they have right now. 3 elims already from Arkham. He went down early in game 1, but he said, let me show you how to do it, right? Game 2, coming back with the confidence. 3 elims off the rip. 2, well, second zone here, and they're already so strong. I mean, I'm just excited to see what they're going to be able to pull off here in the late game, but you really don't want to get overconfident, because when you're already going so well, you have so many materials, you have so much mobility, so much loot. You don't want to throw it away playing too aggressive and getting elims before that late game. So, I mean, they're the veterans, right? They know what to do, so I'm excited to see how they make it happen, as we have BMD here and B-Dog 19 below. They just need to get a little bit of tags. Shouldn't be too worried here.
See, you're talking about 19 below the damage threshold, but B-Dog has his teammate who's tied for second in total eliminations so far with 4. So that's going to be a great confidence boost. If Takata, if we were teaming together and you were picking up all the eliminations, I would feel confident as if I was getting the eliminations, as if I was getting the surge. But there's a quick way to shut down that confidence. B-Dog barely surviving on a prayer.
I mean, you got to play calm and collected. When you're so close to that Storm Surge borderline, that threshold, you do not want to overpeak. B-Dog there almost got knocked down, and I mean, you can even see as the Ignite duo here elevated and JG Dine, they saw it happen. They want to get a piece of the pie. 67 below. They know Storm Surge is thinking. They know they need some damage here, but be careful. The third parties, they're looking at them. They're going for those tags from afar. Actually elevated, gonna be taken out. He couldn't use the minis in time.
Yeah, no splashes as well. On one, peaks at the right time, takes him out. Baka and Delta, though, now on screen. And this is a team through Qualifier 3. They started off hot, just like Fab stacking Qualifiers 1 and 2, but slowly but surely fizzled away, because we know it's not how you start, it's really how you finish. But today, throughout the weekend, it's a little bit of a different story, because you just need to finish one game placing first. Get that victory royale. You don't have to worry about it for the rest of the weekend.
Baka and Delta here, 29 points, 9th place. Reminder for consistency, if you want to qualify for the finals, you have to get top 6 today. So in 9th place, I mean, you're feeling pretty good, but you've got to maintain that consistency up. Or, I mean, you can just get that victory royale. So taking a look at a replay here, we have Arkham. Let's see how he did it, Jacob.
Yeah, this is the two-piece. Two-piece and a biscuit. He is eating good tonight. And that is how you continue to stay consistent. A great game number 1 in the top 6, continuing that trend here in game number 2. And look at their loadout. They're sitting good. 6 splashes, 6 minis, big pots, armored walls, everything that they need and more to succeed here in this game. They just need to kind of play what they've practiced up until this point, as Kruyar losing bolts, trying to move in as a solo, forced to kind of build, but still playing aggressive, making sure that these 2 players do not get a chance to turn around and make him a target.
Kruyar taking that sneaky route, looking for a kind of sneak attack, but unfortunately for him, the opponents did see him, and just using the launch pad when there's that many teams looking back into zone is not going to end up too well, as Kruyar is going to go from having a great game 1 to going down early here in game 2. But they are 5 games, Jacob, so you can always make that comeback. Looking at Nitrex, though, and Cesar here, third zone. 30 seconds till it closes, and they're inching their way in. Looks like they're going to be able to make it, though. 90 builds for Cesar here. Do have some duos in their field of view, right? Looking at them, but so far they're not taking shots, so pretty free rotate.
It just makes me laugh a little bit on the inside, knowing that supply drop has been there for about like a zone and a half. Nobody daring enough to try to make a play for it because of how risky. Everybody in the lobby is keeping their eyes on it like a hawk. They don't want to let a free bunch of resources go over to anybody, and that's exactly why it's still there. But finally, one team is going to pick it up, and they're going to be center zone. And a lot of people center zone on this one, you know as well as I do, if they don't get the pull, they might have to force out that launch pad they just got.
I mean, you saw the amount of teams on the north side of the zone here. In the POI, they got to be careful because the rotation, there's already some duos positioned up on the high ground, on that mountain, and they're going to be looking around for the tags. They want to get those tags from afar. They don't have to risk it later on in a box fight or an engagement. So you can even see here, Notch and Salty, they're already looking at stopping some duos here from rotating with their vehicles, getting that damage done, getting those tags as all these duos try and make their rotate.
Just a quick one to try to target the car. Not a ton of damage going to be able to put on it. You almost want to hope the rest of the lobby takes notice of that huge, impactful rotational tool and try to get it out of the game as quick as possible. But you as a team cannot overpeak and become a target from players who might be looking for that surge. But Pards and Rays, I'm always going to look at them as a little bit of a pseudo pick. When everything is on the line, they always figure out a way to perform. And it's not only as a duo. They always find a way to do it as solos if they have to.
Look, I think Parson Rays, I think they got that consistency.
Yep.
They're going for that. You can see they're in the 6th place spot. They're on that cutoff right now, and they want to keep bumping themselves up here. They have the loot they need, but you can see they have 0 eliminations. They're playing for the late game. They're playing for those points every single game here. Looking at the feed, though, Landjuk goes down alongside Punisher. So we did get the reboot, but they were unable to finish it off here. 65 players up, 34 duos. Let's take a look at this replay.
Ooh, Fabs. Snacky Panda's got to be smiling somewhere in the studio as they pick up another elimination, and that was on Punisher and Landjuk, so they were already under siege. So it just goes to show how the reigning, defending FNCS champions are always figuring out a way to take advantage of anybody at any moment.
Fabs and Snacky, 3 eliminations now. Looking at Show on last on the right side. 0 eliminations, 186 below, and they know it as they look for a little bit of an aggressive play here. Taking some shots with that epic drum shotgun. Show trying to find an angle onto his opponent. His Blast is playing close here. They're against the duo, though. They are at full HP, full shield, so could be a little risky for Show here as he's not too healthy at the moment, but they want it. They know they need the damage. Blast is going to get cracked here. Show is also going to get cracked, and they're both going to be getting eliminated here.
Even though they did go down, I like the way that they didn't try to out-heal it. We saw so many teams go down, but Arkham and Epic, the multi-time champions, hearing that fight go down, they knew it ended, and immediately they too are trying to take advantage, hoping that the players are still weak, and they're taking away the pieces, forcing them low towards the low ground, taking that high layer so they can put that pressure from the top and probably make them pop if they get that opportunity.
I mean, you can tell from the aggression in the early game to the aggression in the late game. Epic Whale and Arkham, they're feeling good. They're feeling confident. This could be their game, Jacob, as they continue scavenging this loot, looking to see what they can find, maybe top off some materials, get a little bit more shields. As Storm Surge, they're already more than they have more than enough damage done. So zone has closed on the south side of the map, so they're gonna have to make a rotate. But if you look at the amount of duos on their side, it shouldn't be too difficult if the whole lobby doesn't start focusing them.
Yeah, and already you can see what their plan is. They know that duo's already there. They're going to let them go ahead and take that high ground. You see Arkham just trying to get out, stay alive. They have 2 pads. They have so many heals. They realize how important it is to make it towards the next zone to where they're easily going to be able to rotate. Coxie's out. Notorious trying to do it by himself. He's forced to try to out-heal it, but as soon as he edits out to make the run, he makes that run all the way back to the lobby.
You can see now Vixby, Slixy, they're kind of in a tough situation. Getting that last second rotated as we have Salty and his duo partner Notch currently in the 1st place spot. Pretty mid-zone here, but they do have Bars and Rays close by. A lot of tight-end duos here up close. I mean, this whole lobby is filled with the most experienced players in NA West. As Salty here gets a nice tag onto his opponent, unable to get the knockdown, but he knows it's close as Vixby finally is going to get eliminated.
Yeah, one of those players that they do like to play a little bit passive. They go for the surge, but this is kind of what happens. See, when you play that passive game that you're just going for surge and you don't find the shots, it really puts you on the back foot to either out heal it. You're almost forced to go into a box to try to get the damage that you need. It almost takes the game out of your control. And when it comes to Fortnite, when you have 50 of the best teams in the NA West region going at it, you want to control as much of your destiny as possible.
Echo here, playing it as a solo. We've seen a lot of solos clutch it up today, and we're only the second match, so I wouldn't be surprised if Echo can make something happen. We have Arkham Epic getting a nice rotate in, getting tagged, but it's enough to stay up as they're going to continue their wrath here, 224 above, trying to just find some shots on their opponents close by, maybe even find a rotate for this zone. Can they recycle a launch pad? Can they find a clear path through previous builds? What are they going to do? Looks like they're going to place a launch pad here as Nigel and Angel are looking for that high ground.
And it makes me wonder. I know Arkham at least had 2 in his inventory, but they launch padded twice. Whether recycled one or not, they might be fresh out of those launch pads, but that's not going to scare them. That's not going to stop them taking the pieces, still trying to put shots from the top. And they're taking certain covers because they know that's where players, if on the low ground, are going to have to travel through as they immediately switch targets. Echo by himself, 7th place, trying to pick up those placement points that his team needs while still simultaneously trying to look for those eliminations. Under siege, forced to drop down low a couple of layers, but he's still not finding that comfort that he's looking for.
I'm not sure if Echo already had this or if he just got this, but 8 eliminations for Echo just by himself. 904 above Storm Surge. What happened, Jacob? Echo is on a rampage right now, looking. Elim after Elim as he gets another one, down to 9 eliminations. Will he be able to get into that double-digit elimination spot as a solo?
I see where those 7s mean now. Them lucky number 7s goes in and out of a box. 4 eliminations, though, for Favs and Snacky. Almost 700 above the damage threshold for them. They're just looking for rotations. If an opportunity presents itself, they will take it. But Echo will go down with 9 eliminations. That's got to possibly jump them to the top of that leaderboard.
Nigel and Angel, they have the high ground, 4 eliminations, but it's all about positioning. It's all about that victory royale if they want to make it to the finals here. Epic Whale, though, he's still with Arkham. He's still looking for those elims. His Delta has been cracked, only has health now, no more shield. But Arkham and Epic, they know they got to stay close. Got to stay compact here. Get the nice rotate into zone. There's still 19 duos up, so you do not want to get eliminated here.
Another elimination on the Jeffers, unwashed. Angel, Nigel holding the high ground, trying to put the pressure on, and Epic Well falls! Epic Well falls! Now it's all up to Arkham here to try to do it by himself. Victim as well, chasing a player back into the zone. He doesn't have the heals, but he has to think twice about what he wants to do. His HP is getting dwindled. He only has 50 left.
Victim as a solo, Arkham as a solo, 14 duos still up and running. Arkham now with 4 eliminations, 0 builds though, needs to make something happen here. Can he get the siphon? Can he get the materials? Thoric might just open an edit here. Will it be enough for Arkham? Will he have the shot? Will he have the time? He does not, but he's still going.
I like how he's just taking his time though, picking and choosing. He's been in every situation and worse, but a battle for the high ground. Snacky drops just a little bit, and this is their chance if they want to take advantage of Fab. But that communication has to be on point. He immediately drops down low, reunites with Snacky because they know as long as we stay alive, we can make some things happen. And he saves from the fall damage, drops into the water, switching targets in the blink of an eye. Snacky goes down, so does Fabs, but have they done enough to get themselves more points?
Arkham still up, still making it happen as a solo, as Angel is still going as well. He had that battle for the high ground. He takes out Arkham now. 2 eliminations for Angel, 3 for Nigel. They're at 41 points, and now 3 duos alive. There's 5 players up. We have Ryan and his duo partner. They might have just secured the high ground. Will they be able to make it happen?
As always, they can hold on to it. We got players challenging, putting a big shot on the Lemon, forcing him to go up, forcing him to heal. Nigel's towards low, CZR towards the low ground. This is a 2v1 situation. This is theirs for the taking. He's trying to heal into the storm. It all depends as Ryan's going in, and he's coming out on top. Game number 2 goes to Ryan and Lemon.
Lemon Ball and Ryan FPS taking that #1 victory royale in game 2. I mean, they played it perfectly there. They did not go for the high ground too early. They did not play too aggressive when they didn't have to, but they took it at the perfect moment, closed it out with that player advantage, that 2 versus 1, and now we're going to see them in the finals.
Such great plays all around, and honestly, they were probably one of those teams that was looking up when Nigel going up against Fabs and Snacky for that high ground, forcing them to drop down low straight into their hands. That's more eliminations. That's more points.
I also want to give a shout out to Echo, though, Jacob. 9 eliminations as a solo. I want to know what happened there, Jacob. Like, how did he make it happen?
There's only 3 people that can really break it down. Kelly, Panda, Clay. How did he get the elims?
Heard too much about Echo, but we're going to be echoing his name a lot throughout this day right now because 9 eliminations as a solo. What an incredible run. But of course, we have to give a shout out to Lemon Bull and Ryan that are going to be moving on to the finals next week, Clay.
Yeah, you know, I may be allergic to lemons, but he wasn't allergic to a victory royale, and that's what we like to see coming into semifinals, Panda.
No, it absolutely is. Look, they had a formulaic plan going into that end game, and they executed on said plan, which is what you need to do when you're going into these games, right? Because that VR is so valuable.
But listen, sometimes your plans don't go the way you want, and we saw that from Epic Whale and Arkram. It looked like they had an opportunity to win it all, and then they held second height for a long time. They go for the height, and then we see them fall.
Yeah, but take a look, Panda, right? They're fighting very well. They're ending quickly, and this is what we expect from them.
You're absolutely correct. I think their aggression here was definitely on point with the normal Arkram Epic Whale we're used to seeing. I remember we're looking in the back, right? We're watching all this unfold, and we're like, man, this is peak form for Arkram and Epic Whale. This is what we love to see, right? These are the adjustments we wanted to see from a team like this if they wanted a good chance here to get into the finals.
And Arkram, you know, did a pretty good run as a solo once Epic Whale fell, but he was only able to grab so many eliminations. But still, that is a good thing to do when you're trying to get those points to get into the top 6. But of course, we have to talk about Favs and Snacky right there. Another great run, Panda.
Another great run, but not quite the VR. I mean, look, this is a team that they know how to get the eliminations, they know how to play well, and they've been making it into the end game. This is something we didn't really see from them in the qualifier, so that's a really good sign for me to think, okay, this team now has a chance to walk away with a VR.
And they weren't worried about Surge, right? Normally we see them worried about Surge a little bit. It's because of these mid-game fights that they were taking that they really did well. I was concerned mostly about their constant look for high ground, but unwillingness to take it, right? We saw them look up 3 different times for the high ground and not go for it. But at the end of the day, it didn't matter because they still got a lot of points on the board.
Well, by zone 8, we're seeing right here, they did try and go for that high ground still, and it didn't just work out. Angel and Nigel were able to hold height really well against them, and Snacky and Fabs had to make a play, dropping all the way down to the low ground.
And actually, there was a moment there that we didn't get to see behind the scenes. You know, Snacky ran out of material. So that was the reason they ended up going down. But he actually saved himself there with a mantle. I don't know if you guys saw that in the clip, so that's clean. But wait
a minute.
What is happening? Is this chapter 2 all over again?
We know Takada and Jacob are high-fiving in the back right now because Arkram and Epic Whale are in first place with 71 points. 8 eliminations. Of course, though, we still have Nitrix and Caesar in second place. Favs and Snacky now jumping up into third. Sako and Kimchi's going to be in 5th or 4th place. Pars and Ray's in 5th. A lot of our picks doing pretty well.
You don't mind dropping to 8th? I'll take it for right now. You know, I want to see them come out, getting a little bit more points on the board. But yeah, is this chapter 2 or chapter 3, Panda?
Hey, listen, I'm struggling to find the difference here when it's looking at this NA West leaderboard. But look, with all the teams doing as well as they are, it is 1 VR away or a little bit more consistency away from walking away with a final spot.
Well, speaking of VRs, let's remind ourselves once again how Lemon and Ryan grabbed that final VR for game number 2.
Yeah, take a look. Right, 4 elims already on the board when they get into this final moment. And I like that Ryan used the last little bit of his builds to go ahead and block off where they knew it would be. They didn't know exactly where CZR was, but they decided, you know what, let's block it off. They were healing, and let's just go ahead and get that elimination, because reminder, while it is that victory royale, had they not got that there, the points for consistency would have mattered.
No, and I mean, you know, I love seeing these new teams. That's the one thing that I love about, or there's many things I love about the semifinals, but I particularly love the fact that a lot of these unknown teams that we really don't get to speak about during the qualifiers can just make the right play, maybe not even all the way through the game, but in that final moment, if they're able to grab that VR, bam, they're on their way to the finals, Clay.
And that's what we love about Fortnite, right? The fact that you could get to the finals of the FNCS off of 1 victory royale and change your entire name completely.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Look, it's exciting. We're watching some incredible gameplay start to finish, but it's not finished yet. There's still a lot left to go.
There's so much left to go, but I'm just going to say it right now. I want to see what Echo does in this next game. 9 eliminations as a solo player, absolutely out of his mind. And then, of course, we have to look to our reigning champions, Arkham and Epic Will, Favs and Snacky. Out of all of these incredible pros in NA West that we thought maybe they're falling off, they're showcasing that they're not done. They were just trying to lure everyone else into a false sense of security and go for that practice, because we've seen Arkham and Epic Whale do it before.
And I want to add to this, right? We saw this earlier with Queasy and Hin. They even said this on socials, that they use the qualifiers as an extra practice time. And maybe that's what we're seeing from Arkham, Epic Whale, Snacky, and Faz, because they're clearly showing up today.
Practice is important, but you know what's even more important, everyone? Game number 3, which is going to be starting right now. So let's head on over to our casters.
How come I didn't get this memo of them using qualifiers as practice? That would have saved me a lot of pain and anguish with my predictions.
Would have saved a lot, Jacob. But I mean, if they do it today, then you know, maybe you're not that cursed. But maybe. Kelly said it best. We're 2 games in, Jacob, and we've already seen Echo almost get double-digit elims as a solo in that late game. We've seen Epic Whale clutch it up as a solo. We've seen some duos just dominating the high ground to get that victory royale. And I mean, I can't wait to see what happens in these next 3 matches.
Yeah, game number 2 shows with Ryan and Lemon pulling out that big victory royale that some may not know yet, but it just takes one moment for us to remember your names at the end of the day, and they just booked their ticket to the finals. They got to be living on Cloud 9 right now.
You know they're feeling good, but remember, another duo that's qualified through that victory royale means another open spot on the map. Who's going to take it? Who's going to secure that new drop spot? Is another duo going to try and contest it? Is it going to be uncontested? I mean, what's going to happen? We don't have to wait long to find out, because the battle bus is ready.
What's gonna happen? Who's gonna take over a spot? Is everybody going to land exactly where they should? That's everything and more we're gonna find out here on game number 3. But what hasn't changed is the Chonker Speedway drop, contested as can be, but it's kind of split out. One team taking the north, one team taking the south, and one team taking the Reese drop. And that's what I call it over there, my Speedway part of speed.
I like that, Jacob. I like that. As we have X-Rays here and his duo partner looking to make something happen again. But we saw what happened if they take too long in this early game engagement. It's not just 2 duos. There's that third duo. It's Chicken and his duo partner that sometimes decide to go in for that third party. It really just depends what happens in Chonker Speedway, how the engagement ends up. And it looks like they might be playing a little bit safer here, or maybe they just want to expand their loot path.
Yeah, they probably saw there's not a ton of floor loot towards the top. You did see a big pop, but you also see typical gamer just getting chipped out of the sky before he could even touch the ground. 42 HP. That's what he's going to have to work with here, as Noah trying to look for what he can, as well as you can see it on the top of your screen. Lemon Bolt and Ryan, their first ever FNCS final. I'm saying for so long, West has so much untapped potential. It's insane.
That's what you love to see, Jacob. A duo that have not had a chance to get that spot in the finals, now making it happen through a victory royale. I mean, what more hype way to do it, right? So I'm super excited to see what they do, right? How they study for the finals, how their game plan is going to end up, as we got West here and Echo. We saw what Echo pulled off last game. Will they be able to make it happen here in game 3?
Yep, you can already see from the mini-map, it's going to be a southern pull of the zone, and it's going to be just below Coney Crossroads, so they're not going to have too much traveling to do, but you can also see why. This is a little bit more of a tamer landing spot besides those shots that were fired on a typical gamer in the very beginning. It's because everybody's just trying to loot up, get their resources, and figure out a way to rotate before everything gets hot. But you saw Aiden and Moose in game number 1. They qualified. They got out of the collider, and there's already a new team attempting to take their spot.
Yeah, I'm trying to find out what their names are. They're their yellow tag on the mini-map there at the bottom right, but who decided to take that spot, right? It's kind of risky because you don't know who else is going to do it, right? Will the collider have that spot uncontested, or will 3 duos decide to try and take that spot after Aiden and Moose have qualified? But it looks like it's going to be Sal and Buzo who are going to be taking that east side of the collider. And so far, I mean, it could be working out for them as we switch over to Victor v. Jaden in the Jonesies here.
Ooh, good shots from Jaden. Drop the shield for just a brief moment, but already using those minis in the blink of an eye, trying to get it right back on up. And this is where they can try to make the decision, get out what they wanted, the damage for Storm Surge, or they continue to have to hold like they've done the past 2 games as Noah plays typical gamer, getting aggressive over here towards Sleepy Sound. They say, hey, not too far of a pull. We can still go ahead and fight this, and as long as we take it quickly now, but they're going against Echo, the 9 elimination game player as a solo last time, and there's also players winning, trying to get a piece of that pie as well from Northern Sleepy Sound.
I mean, they've really got to be careful here. That third party is incredibly dangerous. Even if they get these 2 eliminations on Echo and West or vice versa, that third party duo is most likely going to come in and they're going to clean it up. So it's either they do a quick elim on their opponents here, or maybe they just disengage. It's just so risky when there's another duo looking at you.
Yeah, but for now, I do believe he's just trying to gather the intel, get the information before he figure out what move to make, but he gets shot yet again going for the rotation. No builds to his name, so there's only so much he can do, and even Noah plays is looking a little light with only 1 more piece he can play, so if he chooses to try to take the cover, there it goes, but he finds the shots onto Echo, unable to drop his shields all the way down as Noah plays, goes down, and so does typical gamer. 2 games in a row. They go back to the lobby in the very beginning.
That's exactly what Echo and West had to do there, Jacob. I mean, you can see on the minimap that the opposing duo that was thinking about third party, they're not even coming. They saw how quick those elims happened, and they decided, you know what, maybe it's not worth it. We can see here the replay of how West managed to secure that first elim, and there it is. Quick as that. Extra little 6 points. I mean, they're feeling good.
He boxed him like a pizza and delivered him to a lobby right there. That was absolutely too quick. I could never do such things in my life, but first place. Oh, man, that was a great high five in the back, seeing them at the top of the leaderboard. Arkham and Epic Whale having a much better performance this time around. But, I mean, defending champions, you know as well as I do, when the pressure is on, when you have this much experience, things just happen.
I mean, just like the analysts were saying, they could have just been getting to the semis here to warm up, you know? Maybe they'll play 4 games out to warm up, win the last one. I mean, anything can happen, right? Yep. All depends on how these matches play out as Nitrex and his duo partner here are looking good loot-wise, material-wise, even point-wise. I mean, second place spot. That's almost the best you could be right now in Game 3 here, but I'm impressed by the amount of players that are up in all of these matches. 92 players, Jacob, 46 duos here, and there's only 3 minutes left until this first zone closes.
It almost makes me feel like, it's only a feeling because everybody has their own game plan, their own strategy, but it feels like everybody at every moment is just simply playing to win. They're not going for the top 6. They're playing to win. They're playing to get as many points as possible. And if they so happen to get a victory royale and qualify directly to finals, that's just fine and dandy. But there's only 5 games this time instead of 6. We're already on game number 3, so we're already past that halfway point. So we're going to see teams begin to get a little bit riskier as this game does go on.
And as these games go on, it kind of might change the play style for some of these duos. For example, right now, we got Yisu and Yaz at the 28th spot, so a victory royale would be great for them. However, we just saw a duo that was in second place. You know, they just want the consistency. They're already in that top 6 spot. They don't need the victory royale. It would be nice, but they don't need it. So it really just depends on how your points are looking, how your drop's looking, how confident you're feeling, right? And I know a duo that is going to be feeling confident here is Krier and Vaults, who are just on that cutoff.
Panda, one of the players that's really high on Favs and Snacky, Clay high on Bolts and Kruyar, but I want to hear what he has to say about this play.
What's going on, Fortnite fam? So quickly, I wanted to cut in and talk about how after game number 1, we mentioned that this drop right here could potentially be uncontested or it could be contested. And sure enough, Snacky and Favs are now contested. So let's see what happens.
I mean, that's the interesting part, right? You never know what's going to happen in the semifinals. There's so many possibilities, so many options, especially when you see these duos qualifying. And imagine even if you're contested, like we got Typical Gamer and Noah. If Echo ends up getting that victory royale, then they've got that south side of Sleepy uncontested. So it really just depends on who gets those victory royales, where they are in the map, and what the opposing duos decide to do based on that information.
Yeah, almost half. And I say almost half because it's about like 43, 49% of the POIs are actually contested. Of that percentage, about 26 actually go on to get a victory royale at the end of it. And that's a jump already from 23% through the qualifiers. So you're actually seeing what comes of that risky contestation style of play as Bolt and Crew are sitting in the zone, but still looking for those shots. This is only zone 1, so they're not ticking for much, but still time is of the essence.
Crew here, kind of see what he's deciding to do. Is he going to go for that laser, go for those eliminations, or are they just going to get the rotate done? I mean, you can see right now where they are on the map. They want to make a rotate here, but do they want to pick up some eliminations while getting that rotate done? There's still 89 players alive, 45 duos. I mean, there's been action on the map, but there's still so much more to be had here as they're going to decide to take a safer option, make the rotate, but maybe when they get into zone, Jacob, that's when the battle begins.
In Game 2, Echo and Western became the first duo to secure 10+ elims and place outside of the top 15. And that's not necessarily a bad thing if you can kind of hone it in, if you can kind of make the adjustments needed, because confidence is great, but you, like I said in Game 1, you need the brains to kind of back it up, knowing which eliminations you should go for and which rotates you should take on the other hand.
I mean, 10 eliminations, that's 30 points, Jacob. In the qualifiers, that's almost the equivalent of a victory royale, right? So they're doing a great job. Even if they got outside of that top 15, they got a good match there just from eliminations. So looking at Salty here and Notch, though, they've got a good position. Eliminations, not yet, but you can get all of those in the late game, Jacob. It's just about that damage. Are they going to be above the Storm Surge threshold? There's a lot of players alive, so they know they have to do damage.
And that's why they're positioned so high, even above Rocky Reels a little bit, because they're trying to see as much of the lobby as possible, as many players rotating around, and that's going to make gathering that surge that much easier, rather than somebody else that might be below a cliff, next to a mountain, inside of a building, as you see Epic Whale trying to take the shots. They don't fall victim of that surge, and that's as soon as they land the shots, you see them starting to get aggressive, especially since they're building out of wood.
Interestingly enough, Jacob, Arkham and Epic Whale have as many top 5 finishes today as they did in all 3 qualifiers. I was trying to not crack up there when I saw that info pop up, but looks like they want to make more than that happen here. As you can see their aggression coming onto Slick and CZR here. Arkham and Epic Whale, they have the confidence. They're in the first place spot. This is kind of their throne. This is where they like to be.
Yeah, and Slick and CZR, I feel like they got to do a better job of taking advantage of the damage that they're putting on Arkham and Epic. Not allow them to get the time to heal, and that's damage you got to take advantage of. Arkham shields get dropped in the blink of an eye. Epic Whale, though, trying to take an angle. He gets in, but he gets dropped. Those are no longer his pieces. He needs a second, but it's Arkham from the side, trying to put down that same pressure. Allow Epic Whale to go in almost unscathed, not even taking a shot just yet, even forcing out back-to-back armored walls, but he's not stopping. He's not letting go. He wants these eliminations, and he's dropping CZR down and making him scared to continue to get aggressive.
Great use of those reinforced walls from CZR, but is it going to be enough as Epic Whale continues to push, continues to damage? Just one striker pump shot away from knocking down either Slick or CZR here, but Arkham did get dropped down a bit low, was able to recuperate that damage, though, using chug splashes. But the question is, do they want to keep it going? Do they want to continue this push as Epic Whale is just raining shots onto them?
It's just amazing. Even when they're on the back foot, they figure out a way to turn it around, and turn it around indeed. Dropping Slick down, but it's Arkham who goes down. 1v1, Epic Whale versus CZR, and he has a massive health lead. So the decisions are his. Do I play it passive? Do I get Arkham up? Or do I just reload and go at it yet again as he's trying to take away the pieces, take away the options from CZR? He's going for the heal, and as soon as the elimination comes in, Epic Whale is going to know the choices are even more so his, because now he can try to back off. He can play it safe, or he can continue to get aggressive.
Not only that, now that Slick has been fully eliminated, Arkham, or Epic Whale can play it a bit slower there. Play with Arkham, but doesn't even have to do that as CZR gets eliminated. Epic Whale now just going to close up the builds here. Be careful, though. Arkham, his HP is ticking down. It's ticking down quickly here. If the other duo decides to play aggressive, this could end up very poorly for Epic Whale, but he knows that, so he's playing it smart here, playing it slow and waiting to pick up Arkham as the duo disengages here, and it looks like he's going to be able to make it happen.
I absolutely love the way he waited, just like you said. Those audio visuals would have certainly gave away his actual position if he went for the revive, if he went for heals, if he tried to do anything other than just playing a patient game. As you see Echo, even though it looks like he might be down, he's still in first with 10 total eliminations up until this point. But I gotta ask you, if your teammate is going off and is playing that well, does that put pressure on you, or does it build your confidence?
I mean, I think it hypes you up. You just saw your teammate get almost double-digit elims as a solo. You gotta say, it's my turn next game, right? Give me a bit of time. Let me get some of those eliminations, you know? So West right now might just want to do that as he is a solo. So will he be able to live up to his duo here? 49 points, 8th place spot. Problem is, he has to get through the Storm Surge threshold. There's 81 players up right now in the third zone. 55 seconds till it starts slowly closing, and only one more mini left for West. He really has to make an aggressive play here.
Yeah, he immediately knows that his resources and heals are running thin. There's only a certain amount of out healing you can do, especially with a few moments ago, there was 81 players, but instantly 4 more are getting dropped down to 77, 76 as they continue to get dropped. But Kika know he's there. They know he's taking Storm Surge, so they too could try to go in, put a shot in, and get 3 more elimination points. I think that's what they're going to do. They drop down low, hip to hip, trying to take away the pieces, take away the covers, and they take away Western's chance.
There's only so much you can do, right? When you're out of shields, you keep getting ticked by Storm Surge. He had the floppers, but just one shot from the opponents. They know he has no shield, and the aggression will come out as Chicken Itza and his duo partner here also were below, but just about going to get above here with the last tag. 79 above now. 3 players need to be eliminated for this Storm Surge to stop being active, and they've used a lot of shields here, and they also have to do quite the rotate. So if a duo kind of catches them off guard, finds them, it could be very dangerous for Chicken. But another team that's in danger here, Jacob, it's Victor V and Jaden.
Yeah, you can see the strategy change from game number 1 where they were getting a little bit more aggressive, willing to get their hands dirty. You saw when they landed toward the Joneses, they're just trying to rotate out, get towards the circle or as much close to the center as humanly possible. As Fabs and Snacky sitting pretty, have a little bit of height. They have a great loadout as well, a launch pad for rotation later on in the game. They just need to continue to kind of play calm, cool, collected, because that's one thing that was their downfall throughout the qualifiers. They started off hot, but slowly but surely fizzled away.
Arkham and Epic, though, looks like they both got cracked. They do have the chug splashes to heal back up, but they're not in zone yet. They still have to make a rotate, so I believe there might be some duos kind of keeping an eye on them, trying to hold them back here from this rotation, but they might just be able to get a little sneaky rotate here as Show and Poppy Blast are close by, are kind of taking peeks here, maybe looking for some shots, and they might just get a little aggressive.
Yeah, Arkham Epic quick to try to rotate on out, get right into zone, and immediately box up. And this is something that we saw during last season, honestly, that kind of content piece where Quinn's talking about. There's no one way to play this style of zone. It all depends on the situation they're in. And Arkham and Epic, they get aggressive. They like to look for teams outside of the zone, and they got themselves another good spot. They have very few rotations to go before they're inside yet another zone.
You can even see that the zone pulled pretty close to them, so they really don't have to make that far of a rotate to be into the next zone. I mean, you can even see they just tunneled out a little bit, and I believe they're already inside this 4th zone. Question is, though, where's that 5th one going to pull? But before we get to that, all the duos now on the north, on the west, on the south that are not inside of this 4th zone are going to have to make a rotate, and how they do it is really crucial to the game. So I'm curious to see if they're going to be just using the ground rotates, if they're going to have to use some mobility, maybe even the river. You know, you can use so many of the environmental aspects of the game to get a nice rotate in, as we have Salco here in Kimchi. 1 elimination, 69 points, and they have to make a rotate.
A long rotate as well. They're seeing some teams on the left side of them. They do not see the team directly in front of them for now. Waiting in the box, that's Kytrex and Haritos, but they see him at the last moment, over peak and trying to edit in. They put the shots just to put pressure, just to get them to box back up so they can continue on their rotation. But it's going to get dangerous. It's going to get rough because look how many teams still have to not only get the rotation in, but will be sitting towards the edge in that exact location.
Zone is closing. 1 minute and 5 seconds until it's fully closed. So now Kimchi and Salco, they're going to get a little stressed out here. Little nervous, as Notch and Teed are not too nervous at all with 525 damage above the Storm Surge threshold inside of this 4th zone. But Kimchi and Salko, they're going to keep this rotate going. They got the damage, but do they have the positioning? Making sure they're using their materials here. Do not want to get tagged. Healing up when you're not in zone is not the best thing you could do, as it just really slows down your rotation, and you want to get inside zone as quickly as you can to heal up and continue on going, as we've got Chickenitza and his duo partner who are still below the Storm Surge threshold.
Yeah, but everybody gets jam-packed in closer and closer together. The potential for shots is definitely going to be higher, at least the potential for targets being around you, but everybody's going to be boxed up, and he's trying to take advantage of that third party, seeing Salko and Kimchi take the high ground away from Pars and Rays, but they're just going to box up. They realize how chaotic this is going to be in a few short moments, especially when the next zone forces multiple teams to try to rotate around.
Chickenitza here trying to see if he can get some shots off with his combat SMG here alongside his duo partner. Good synergy. Looks like they're going to actually make a push here. Storm Surge is going to start ticking. They need to get that damage. It's elevated. It's JG. Will they be able to get those eliminations, or will they get taken out here as the first Storm Surge tick takes out Chicken now? It's all up to his duo partner playing out as a solo. He is in a 1v1, gets straight into the box and actually takes him out. It's not enough damage though. Still has to get more. 157 below, down to 89 below, goes back up to 115. I mean, it's changing so quickly, Jacob.
Yeah, this just goes to show how much action is actually going down here in the lobby, as it does look like Kruyr and Bolts may have found at least something, whether not elimination or just a ton of loot. Either way, that's going to be a huge bonus for them, and they're sitting right next towards the zone as they're trying to put pressure down on the multiple players down below them. They know because the shield cake is out, the players might be weak, and that's Arkham under siege, forced to bounce around, and it does look like he's going to get out on a prayer, but no, he quickly gets spawned by Kruyr, who's going to get in the box and take out Arkham, and because he didn't go down, you got to imagine Epic Whale is out as well.
Both Arkham and Epic Whale are going to be eliminated here. 24 duos remaining, so that is quite a tragic place to go down, as Snacky has also been knocked. Floppy Blast getting knocked, and Favs, there it is. Snacky Favs are out. Arkham and Epic Whale are out. The veterans of the West region, Jacob, they're getting knocked out one by one.
It goes over to Victor V, a very, very young competitor, but the support of your family means so much. And that's something that's probably given him a huge boost of confidence day in and day out. He gets coached both in and out of the game by his dad, and honestly, got to be a huge family moment every single time he plays so well. Just like Bolts and Kruyr, they got to be feeling so good, especially Bolts, who honestly, as an individual, is just performing so well. And as this team coming together, that natural chemistry is finding a way to shine bright.
Bolts and Kruyr here, 58 points, 9th place. As the first moving zone will start closing in just 15 seconds. There's not a time you want to get into an engagement. You do not want to look for elims right when you have to rotate. You want to find that path, find that rotation, and then once you're in the zone, once you're started that rotate, you can look for damage, look for tags. There are 38 players up. 8 players will be needed to get eliminated here for Storm Surge to not get activated, as Notch is going to have to rotate this one out as a solo.
And this is the zone, though. This is the one that we were talking about, that we're kind of agreeing on, that you can kind of out-heal it. This is where a lot of players, whether for rotation, Storm Surge, or just getting caught off guard, do begin to fall. You see Victor V and Jaden leading the charge. Everybody else trying to recycle that launch pad to get in towards the zone. 116 above the damage threshold. All they have to do is make it to their destination and go ahead toward the next moving zone, as you see multiple players trying to do that same thing. Matt and Victim splitting those mats. So you got to imagine Victim is probably going to lead the way.
Currently, I don't see a duo that significantly has the high ground. Maybe Bolts and Kruyr up at the front of zone are thinking about it, but they might just be able to have it if they decide it's the play, it's the route they want to take. As Notch here, still playing it as a solo, has secured an elimination, but is going to need more than that if he wants to clutch up a good amount of placement here. 859 above Storm Surge threshold. I mean, Notch and Salty, they've done the damage, but will he be able to stay up here? 19 duos up.
It's definitely going to be a hard one, under siege, but still finding a way to get those resources. Because anything counts here at this point, as B-Dog just gets sliced down by Notch, who finds a big elimination. The Siphon, resources, armored walls. That's going to be a great recipe that he can use for his success late in this game. He's just trying to do it as a solo. 2 eliminations, but Bolts and Kruyr have the high ground. Baka 1 layer below, but he's a solo, and he's a quick target.
They've taken it. They saw the opportunity, and they secured it. Bolts and Kruyr with the high ground. Will they be able to hold it, though, Jacob? That's the question as we switch over 4 to BMD here with 2 eliminations, 1 for his duo partner for a total of 3 as we have Nitrex still up as a solo, trying to see what he can make happen here. 7th zone, 15 duos, 20 players alive. There's still a lot of placement to be made in this match, and Nitrex knows that. His Victim, though, with his duo partner, they need some materials. They're looking for a refresh here.
Arkham and Epic going down earlier than they wanted. You see first place going over. Victim's going to drop. Matt can have to do it by himself with not a ton of resources, not a ton of HP, but 3 minis to his name. He's trying to look for a refresh here, getting into the box. That's Nitrex. He's finding a way to stay alive, and he gets chipped out by the zone. And with everybody being forced together towards the low ground, that allows Bolts and Kruyor the comfort of that high ground, just putting the pressure from above.
They've had it from 7th zone, and they've still got it. They're feeling happy now. They're getting a little nervous. They want to keep this high ground. They want to get that victory royale. We have Chicken's duo looking for a shot, but Thoric quickly gonna take him out here. Raze now playing as a solo, trying to make it happen for Pars. He gets directly into the box, securing that elimination on Kika. Has 4 eliminations, Jacob, but he wants more.
Whether it's a solo or a duo, Pars and Raze are not one to be messed with. As Kevin with the men miss, trying to make his way in. Raze is gonna have to do the same thing. Thoric with the sneaky play, unable to come out with the elimination, but he's still not gonna give up. But both gets dropped down by Victor V. High ground possibly going over. You see Kruyor there as well. High ground is no more, as Pars is trying to use that for his advantage. He has stolen it away.
Victor V, I believe, has actually just secured an elimination on Bolter, his duo partner here, as Raze is looking to make something happen. It was Bolts, he got taken down. Now Kruyor is trying to make it happen as a solo, gets Story cracked, but is not enough to get that elimination. Trying to find the angle, trying to find the shot needed. 15-5 HP, making it out of the zone now with 0 materials, but still a possibility.
Jaden and Victor V from the Joneses, the young gun that I was talking about. I guarantee you right now, Takata, the whole family in the living room just erupted in tears for him.
Victor V and Jaden, they were having a little bit of trouble there in the early game. Jacob, they were contested. They were getting into early game engagements, but once they got into that late game, they made it happen. Victor V with 9 eliminations, Jaden with 2 eliminations. They did not just secure the victory royale, they did it with style.
Every single time I see him, he's making a name for himself, from contesting Arkham and Epic last season to going straight to the finals by winning a game. This kid is impressive.
And you know they're feeling good. They're going to be getting ready. They're going to watch the rest of these matches because they're going to be sitting out now that they have secured that victory royale, and they've secured that golden ticket straight to the finals.
But who else is on the leaderboard? Where are they? Arkham and Epic fell early. I saw another team take first place. Clay, Panda, Kelly. What's our top 6 looking like?
Well, we're going to get to that in just a moment, but my goodness, I thought it was going to be a solo finish there, whether that was Raze or Kruyor, but up from the heavens instead, it was Jaden and Victor B with 11 eliminations. We always love it when we get those double-digit eliminations, and you know what? It's probably for the best that they grabbed the VR for the rest of the lobby, because that would have shot them up definitely to our top leaderboard. So as you can see, everyone, Jaden and Victor are going to be joining the rest of our VR winners in the finals next week. But of course, we got to be talking about some of those solos that I saw. Let's talk about Raze and Pars a little bit, or more specifically, Raze.
Yeah, Raze popped off. I mean, that's what you need to do when you're a solo. He found eliminations when there weren't really eliminations to be found, got into those placement points where he didn't really have the opportunity to. So let's take a look. This is where I believe one of them is going to take too much damage to go down. They took down 40R Storm, which is great. Right, they got a little bit too over-indexed there, and that's Pars falling. Physics on the backside. Beautiful awareness from Raze to go ahead and go back in the zone and try to grab that. And then look, just playing backside of the zone as a solo, exactly what you want to do.
It is, and Raze does a really good job of clutching up quite a few points here in these final moments. And it's going to be crucial points for consistency, because as you can see in this moment, it looked like they were potentially walking away with the second place. Obviously, until we see the leaderboard, we won't know for sure, but that was a lot of stuff happening in those final moments.
Also, how courageous of Raze as a solo, knowing that there's another duo in the competition to take height. I mean, there's not a lot of players out there that will take height successfully as a solo player.
It's more just for survivability, right? He had no mats. He didn't really have anywhere to go. Mantle up to high ground. Try to just survive for as long as you can.
And of course, we got to talk about Kruyor and Bolt. play so close. You were holding your breath in the last moment there.
Let's take a look. So, took height in 7 zone. Now, for some players, that works out. For others, it doesn't. They only had 25 total builds after they took high ground, and that's when I was worried. They went down for those eliminations. They were able to grab a couple there, sitting on, I think, 3 there, but both ended up falling down and getting blocked off. And that is where Courier had to try to operate as a solo. Almost able to get Thoric there on the other side, but just couldn't capitalize, Vanda.
It was close, right? It looked like it was going to be a solid end game here for Bolts and Kruyor. We were literally up here, ready, hyped up for this team, and unfortunately they end up going down. But listen, there's still 2 more opportunities for these teams to climb.
Oh, and speaking of climbing, let's look at our leaderboard right now. Kicking out Arkham and Epic Will from first place. It's Nitrix and Caesar with 97 points, but just behind them, Pars and Rays moving up to that coveted second spot. Arkham and Epic Will, though, still top 3. We got Sako and Kimchi sticking with their 4th, and Bolt and Courier, your pick right there, jumping up into 5th. But of course, Krypus and Thoric going up 14 placements, Panda.
Listen, they deserve it, right? Again, a very special team, still getting their bearings, right? They're a newer team that we've talked about earlier, but this is a team that I want to see be successful here on NA West.
And that's momentum. We only got 2 more games, right? What better game to get momentum going into than game number 4? That's 14 places?
Yeah.
Holy.
But again, we have to recant the VR winners, everyone. That's Jaden and Victor B. And I feel like we were kind of paying attention to a lot of the solos. And then once we switched to Jaden, seeing him as like having 9 eliminations.
Yeah, I mean, he's the one that ended up taking down Bolts there. Look at that, caught him in the cone there. Perfect awareness. Now we see together, they just spray down high ground. They realize they're the only duos left. It's easy math in that moment to realize, hey, we've got the only duo. Perfect execution there of the play. And then look, Priere at the end, no HP to really work with.
Yeah, I mean, look, in those final moments, right, it looked like that game could have potentially skyrocketed them on the leaderboard. So even if they did, for whatever reason, fall early, they were still looking good in consistency. But, you know, it's always sweeter to have the VR.
And obviously there's not too much time right now for a lot of these players to look at their game. There is no VOD review at this opportunity, but I guarantee you there's going to be players VOD reviewing that team right there before the next semifinals, because although we do have 11 teams moving forward today, everyone, we're going to have 11 new teams joining us tomorrow. And then after that, 12 more for day 3. So still a lot of opportunity, still a lot of chances here for these teams, but we got to talk about it, man. Arkham and Epic Whale, Favs and Snacky, one of the 2 best teams that we saw come out of game number 2, falling early in game 3.
I think what's happening, Panda, is they're letting it get to them. They're letting that hype get to them. They're saying, hey, you know what? We did really well. We got those games. Let's just keep going. And they're trying to be aggressive, and it's not working out.
Well, and look, this is what happened in the qualifiers, right? Snacky Favs, they have a great start. Arkham Epic Whale, not necessarily a great start in the qualifier.
Qual 1,
Well, Qual 1, let me rephrase that.
Yeah.
Qual 1, great, but Snacky and Favs just not catching that momentum like they need to.
Do you think it's because they got contested at the Collider?
Well, they were contested game 1 too, so I don't know that it made a dramatic difference, but maybe just not the team they were expecting. So we'll see how it continues to affect them in these next few games.
Well, yeah, guys, chat, we still have 2 more games to go here at the FNCS NA West, and we're going to be finding 11 teams moving forward into the finals in just a few moments. But guys, are you ready for the next game?
Oh, I am. Ben, are you ready?
Oh, I'm ready. Listen, Arkham Epic Whale, it looks like that curse might be broken for Jacob.
I don't know.
I mean, it's looking good. See, this is what we love to see, right? The stories from our versions of the battle bus, so to speak.
Well, you know who might know? Our 2 casters, everyone. So let's head on over for game number 4. It's Jacob and Takada.
Thank you so much, Kelly. Great breakdown from the analysts, as always, Jacob. But I want to talk about that leaderboard. I believe there's only a difference of 3 points from the 3rd place spot to the cutoff in 6th place. I mean, you know the nerves are high getting into this 4th game, Jacob. Just 2 more matches and anything could really happen.
No, they wouldn't call it the Wild Wild West for no reason at all. But the prodigy Victor V kind of qualifying through that big victory royale, which leaves that close gap. And usually during last season, we saw a lot of our outside of the top 6 teams picking up that victory royale. This time around, they're going to need some big points. And luckily for them, game number 4 starts right now, and so do the points.
Just 2 matches left, Jacob. Game number 4 is about to begin here. The question is, who's going to be able to get that victory royale? Which teams are going to be able to make it happen on that consistency leaderboard as we're getting right into the Chonkers Speedway? I mean, we know how contested this drop is, how dangerous it has been in these first matches, and you can see just right off the start, we're already getting into some action.
Back to that original game plan. X-Rays, as soon as he sees a weapon up there, he lands it for the floor loot and immediate shots. And if he likes what he sees, you know he's going to try to get aggressive. But I don't think that was too many shots landed for him to feel that confidence to try to go on over. So he's going to stick to his loot path, try to get the resources, figure out what other tools he can use for the rest of this game. And it's actually going to be a little bit of a calm drop, just like last game. Everybody taking their piece of Chonkers Speedway and going.
Calm for now, but for how long, Jacob? They've got their loot, but if you want more, if you want to get everything you can for that late game, you might just have to play a bit aggressive, play a bit risky, and go for some action, go for some eliminations. But just like we said in the last match, you got to be careful because you do have Chicken and his duo ready for the third party. They're always keeping an eye out. They're like hawks, looking for the waiting for that moment to strike and get those eliminations. But so far, Physics, Sedna, they're playing relaxed. They're looting, they're farming. Chicken and his duo partner doing the same. And in the sleepy sounds here, looks like we are gonna get some action.
Typical Gamer and Noah this time around realizing we have to get aggressive, whether if it's boosting our points to get that top 6 or starting off the game hot to get that victory royale. We have to control as much of the destiny as we possibly can. And I like what he's doing. He's not immediately trying to go in the building. He's taking as much the pieces towards the outside, building so that way he can weave in and out and kind of edit, but it's Echo. He's trying to be sneaky, gets spotted out. Shot from Typical Gamer is going to rain off, but he gets down out. That puts the pressure on the Western yet again.
Western now gonna have to clutch it up for his duo partner Echo, as Typical Gamer has been boxed up. Will he be able to take that shot? Western missing the first one, just had to connect one shot onto Typical, but the third party is coming close. They're taking shots from afar. It's making it even more risky for West here as Noah needs to protect Typical Gamer. Typical Gamer's just one little sneeze away from getting eliminated, but making good use of that med mist, has minis slowly but surely recuperating his shield. But West knows if he takes too long, he's going to have not have the HP advantage and not have the player advantage in that 1 versus 2. So West looks for the shot, unable to connect the first one. Now going to disengage a little bit, but now Typical Gamer nowhere. They're going for the push. They're going for that elimination, and they're going to get it.
Yeah, and as you can see, as it ticks up, you see Noah plays 1 elimination. They only have 1. React from the north side of Sleepy Sounds put 1 burst shot into, I think that was Echo, and got the elimination. Stole it away from Typical Gamer and Noah. But 6 points, they need all these points, just like that duo. They might have to look to get a little bit more aggressive. They're inside zone. This is their opportunity before so many other teams begin to move in.
1 elimination might not have been enough for React and Remy here, as they're playing the sneaky game, Jacob. They're playing it slow, hiding behind a bush, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Just like I was saying, Jacob, they're like hawks right now, looking for their prey. Will they be able to wait for that perfect moment, jump onto their opponents? This could be it.
Playing sneaky as can be. You can see the pre-edits are out from React, but he gets boxed towards his backside. Luckily, Remy's there to break the cover in the blink of an eye, and he doesn't have to go through that scary possibility, but he's still trying to play aggressive with the pre-edits. They get separated for just a moment. That's a big tag going to be put on to Remy, but a bigger one on the Typical Gamer. They're going to trade down for down, but React is the one that's going back to the lobby, and that is revenge, saying, you take our kills, we're just going to snatch you up instead.
You take those eliminations, and Noah is going to come right back at you, helping out his duo partner, helping out Typical Gamer, getting both of those eliminations, plus the elim for the first duo, now for a total of 3. You know, Noah and Typical Gamer, they're feeling good, and they're gonna go for that victory royale.
Kytrex and Doritos, they too a little bit lower down on the leaderboard than they would have ever hoped coming into this one, especially almost, you know, having a big performance in Qualifier 3. They realized that the position that they're at, it's 5 games instead of 6, and this is game number 4, to where if you don't pick up a massive amount of points here, put yourself within contention of that top 6, game number 5, you have no choice but to go for the victory royale.
I mean, that's what we're talking about with the change in play style, right? If you're on the lower part of the leaderboard, you want to lean more towards that victory royale, that direct qualification to the finals. But if you're already in that top 6 spot, you want to play for that consistency. But looking at Favs and Snacky, who are going for that consistency now in the number 8 spot, actually going to be taken out. Snacky is down. Favs now is up as a solo. What is he going to do here? Is he going to play it slow? Does he have the reboot card for Snacky? Or is he going to maybe just hide it out? Maybe even play aggressive. I mean, you can see how many duos are here. You've got one on the north side. You got 2 on the south side. They might even start an engagement here. So Favs really has so many options, but which one's the right one?
Yeah, all the confidence while he's still going for those shots, holding on that little bit of a low ground. But you can see what these games are doing, from getting contested by Aiden and Moose, who got that game 1 victory royale, who leave the Collider. But so many teams are now contesting, making this a path that they're going through to get the surge. As Coxie and Notorious towards the Daily Bugle, he gets dropped yet again, leaving Coxie as a solo. And this is at least the 2nd time out of 4 games total that Coxie loses his teammate and is forced to do it by his lonesome.
Coxie gonna see what he can do here. Has the med kit to recuperate the HP he's lost. Has the shields to make that comeback. But in the meantime, we're gonna have Quinn and Defiable getting into another engagement, possibly. Maybe not, though, as B-Dog and his duo partner decide to take that disengagement. They know there's still a solo up. They know this engagement could be risky. And if they already have 1 elimination, I mean, you know they have damage for this first Storm Surge, and they don't really have to be as worried for the upcoming zone. So looks like they're feeling good with loot, mats, damage. They're going to keep the rotate going, and they're not going to go for that early game engagement.
You see a lot of capping from multiple teams through the actual POIs. Everybody knows that they don't want to end up in a position where there's 81, 85 people alive, Storm Surge hits, you're below it, but everybody's boxed up. You can't find the shots, so you just start using your heals, and then you're fresh out, still below the Storm Surge threshold. Now forced to get aggressive. That kind of plays tricks like you're in a desert and you're seeing an oasis of sorts, as Delta and Baka, 7th place, choosing to kind of get out of this one, get away from Landjock and Punisher, and hopefully what they're looking for is a slower side of zone where there's less and less players traveling.
I mean, even though they have 0 eliminations, they know how risky it is to go for tags when the zone is closing, when you're not in the zone yet, especially when there's only 1 minute left till this first zone closes. They do not want to put themselves into a risky situation, and they know that Landjock and Punisher are close. You can see already taking shots at them. Actually, might even be able to get some tags here as they have rotated early, so they're a lot closer to the zone than their opponents. As Reeks here is looking to make a disengagement, possibly even a reboot, but unable to do it now as there are duos close by. So it's a little too risky for Reeks. He might just have to box up here, wait it out, and see where these duos go. Will they play close? Will they move on? But right now, Reeks really does not have too many options.
Yeah, and that same question you asked, does he have the reboot? Because honestly, West is doing good. We're behind EU overall, but we have a good number of reboots per game total, well above East, who doesn't seem to want to play that teamwork. 0.6 reboots per game. That's not something you want to see. You want to make that teamwork happen. I think West does a good job of knowing when to get aggressive in the early game, when to slow things down, and how to play those sneaky sides of the zone so they can get those reboots. But unfortunately enough, I'm still unsure if a team gets a reboot and a victory royale when it comes to West.
I mean, that's what I want to see, right? The reboot plus victory royale. It's so uncommon. And to see it in semifinals, and to see, I mean, you get the victory royale, you get the qual to the finals, that would just make it so much more epic. As we have Favs here, still up as a solo, trying to see kind of what he can do here. There is a duo right above him. I'm surprised he's playing so close to them, knowing he's down a player. But Favs has that confidence. He's so skilled mechanically. He can really get out of any sticky situation, and he knows that, which is why he's playing with that confidence. But be careful as Angel gets the big 139 striker pump shot off the Favs. Just one more shot connected is going to eliminate him. Snacky and Favs are now out of this game in the 43rd spot.
And it's honestly concerning. The reason why it's concerning to me is because even though they are the reigning, defending FNCS duo champions, This is the same thing that was happening through the qualifiers. They start off good, victory royales, massive number of eliminations, but they slowly dwindle down, fall off at the top of the leaderboard as the games continue on. And honestly, Panda towards the back, he's looking to take first place away from playing the predictions. So he's going to have some sort of a talk with Fabs and Snacky. I don't know how he's going to do it, but he needs to give them a good old pep talk, because I know as well, you know, he gave me a pep talk. I'm feeling fired up. I'm ready to go. So maybe that's the key.
Maybe that's the key to success, right? But a duo that does have that key to success, and maybe they'll be able to make it happen again. It's Arkham Epic Whale currently in the 3rd place spot. But they're just farming up. You know, they're doing a good job prepping themselves up for late game, as Pars and Rays in the 2nd place spot, just one above Arkham and Epic. They're doing a good job here, getting tags, rotating. They have loot, they have mobility. They just need that positioning, right? It's so important, especially in the semifinals. And with a zone like this that pulls so far east, I mean, if you drop on the west side of the map, it's going to be an incredibly difficult rotate to get here and get here quickly. So Pars and Rays are trying to see if they can make it happen.
Yeah, and honestly, I do believe they land at the southern portion of Command Cavern, one of the most contested drops. They get their Storm Surge, or as much of it as they can, and they immediately rotate out. They're going for the passive side this time around, going all the way north to east, and then beginning to head south. And this is where they're going to be able to find a couple of teams that rotate, because you saw how active Daily Bugle was in the beginning of the game, but everybody's going to have to continue going south of Daily Bugle. As you can see already, Sanctuary is going to be in towards zone, but just like last game, that drop, as good as it may look, it's a little bit of a mirage in its own.
It's risky, right? If you end up getting tagged, end up getting cracked here, you could not just use a lot of shields, you could use a lot of materials and maybe even get knocked down, ending your match. But it looks like Victim might want more than the drop here as he slowly ramps up to this kind of hilltop where he could have a better position, but I'm not sure if he wants to take it yet. Maybe they're seeing what they can get from their drop. Get a quick launch pad, get some nice loot, and keep their rotate going here. They do need some damage, though. I saw that they were below 70, 2 below the Storm Surge, now up to 84, so they do have to do damage. They have 40 seconds until Storm Surge starts ticking, but they don't want to get too scared here. Just play it calm, get the damage. Really only need to connect a few shots, could even trade shots with the duo up top. But anything too risky and they get knocked down, it could be the end.
Yeah, but I like what he's doing, him and Matten, using this bush. So that way, you know as well as I do, you see an edit pop up, you may not want to peek, you don't want to take that shot, or maybe you even risk the 50-50, but he's using the bush as cover, so that way players beginning to rotate, like you saw some shots already, they're not going to see him, and they're not going to have a moment to react, because he's not going to have to do the edits, but still sitting 139 below the threshold. 7 players need to go down, and they don't want to waste their heals in the process, so they're going to get aggressive. They see Salco, they see Kimchi, but that is a moment that they're going to regret as Matten goes down, and so does Victim. All those heals, all those resources go on over to them.
Perfect piece from Kimchi and Salco. You saw they had them boxed up. They thought they were safe, but just one wall blocked them in, trapped them, got them eliminated. I mean, they had to do damage, but was it worth it to play so risky, right? Play so all in. Maybe it would have been more beneficial to play the peaks, play the angles. But it really just depends. If they went all out and got those eliminations, it would have been perfect. But Kimchi now looting up. I mean, they're looking great.
It looks like they found not one, but 2 different loot llamas on each side of the box. There's so many heals. I feel like they're just getting lost. What do I want to take? The choice is definitely ours, but Slick, he needs to start taking some shots on players. 39 below the damage threshold. He has only 3 minis, 1 big pot. Not a ton, especially when he's by himself. He's going for shots. Leave himself a little bit too open. That's Bo Crows and his teammate beginning to make him regret that decision. And Storm Surge is just right around the corner.
1 Storm Surge tick without having any shield, and Slick is going to be eliminated. He doesn't even have time to look for tags here. He'll be able to take 1 shot at his opponent, and now he's just 1 tick away. Either he pops a mini shield or he goes for the shot. He does not have another option here, and he hits the shot. 115, but it's not going to be enough to get that elimination, as Ice Sweat is going to take Slick down. And we switch over to Bolts and Cruier. Clay's pick currently in the 5th place spot.
5th place, that's not exactly where you want to be, but it's definitely a great spot because, yeah, 5th place, it's inside of that bubble, but it's just a quick second, a quick moment, one bad game. You go down early, that 5th place, you could definitely kiss it goodbye. So you need to make sure to continue to stay on the game plan that got you this far. Bolts knows how consistent he can be, along with Kruyor, especially with what little time they've actually spent together. And that's just impressive. That just goes to show that natural chemistry that they're building off of game after game is a great foundation for them to build off of.
We got Cesar here and Natrix, who are trying to corner zone, and not just that, they're actually in a little bit of an island here, but what a nice beam from Cesar here, getting a huge shot onto Kika, actually almost knocking him down. I believe he was just one shot away from making it happen. But now they might have a little bit of time to breathe as they look around, see where their duos are placed, see what rotation they can make depending on where this 4th zone closes.
They're the new team in 1st place. And if you're wondering why, they're the only team left in the lobby that has placed top 10 in every game so far. Consistency is definitely key, and even if they don't get that victory royale, they got to be banking on it, fitting into that top 6 as you see him peeking through the cone, trying to get the information, figure out, is this somebody we can go after? And honestly, I do believe he might be looking for the call depending on where next zone is.
Thing is, though, when you're already in 1st place, you don't need that victory royale. You just need to make it to the late game and get as many points as possible. That's why we saw Nitrex's duo partner get a huge laser on an opponent. They did not push it. They just took the shot, said, all right, we did some damage. Let's keep it happen. But I know Clay's ready to give us some info, so let's throw it on to him.
Yeah, I'm actually going to be talking about something similar. Look, just getting the damage right here below Surge for Sedna and Physics. They get some damage, get a little bit above, realize it's not enough, so let's go heal up a little bit. Let's grab a little bit more. They get a couple tags there as a duo, realize, hey, we're 130 above. Let's get out, let's go back to position, and let's get back into the game.
I love it. I love it. Got to play that calm, cool, collected game. Just because you have players above you, just because you might see them alone on one side of the map, doesn't mean you just have to go for every single aggressive opportunity. They're taking the damage, and they're just continuing on with their journey. As Pars and Rays, they're on Gilligan's Island out there. He's just gathering information. Where do I steer this ship?
Nitrex, though, has to be careful as he gets cracked, but on the contrary, takes down one of his opponents there. Kika gonna get knocked, gonna get eliminated, and that's another elimination for our #1 team right now. But be careful as the zone has just started closing. They are not inside it yet. They have to make a rotate, and seeing their position, it is a risky rotation. You either have to swim or use a launch pad, and I'm not sure if they have that mobility, Jacob.
Definitely gonna figure out soon as you see them just trying to follow that kind of outskirts, but honestly, they might be able to find themselves a good spot in Sword Zone, but that's a gamble. That's a huge gamble, because if Zone doesn't pull your way next in 5th zone, that is going to be a far rotation into a group of chaos that is on the other side of the map. As Arkham, Epicwell, 600 above the damage threshold. They're looking to stay consistent throughout this game, and they're hoping last game, game number 3, was a little bit of a fluke with how early they went down.
You can see how they adapted from that, Jacob. They got eliminated quickly. They played too aggressive, but now they have 0 eliminations, but they're 600 above. They've got the damage, but they haven't risked it for the elims, and now they know that they're in the late game, and they see that opportunity. They're looking for that elim. They know it can be so beneficial, but they do not want to play it too risky. Now that he does have those white tags, he has taken out the shield. Arkham now is looking to see if he can clean up an elimination here, but the zone is about to close. 5th zone has appeared on the map. It closes southeast.
They were just 600 above 2 seconds ago. They're now 1,000 above the threshold. It goes to show that they're ready to really get their hands dirty in this game. They're ready to take control of their destiny and qualify directly to the finals, whether if it's top 6 or a victory royale, dropping players down left and right, not even blinking, not even straying away from their game plan, because right now they're looking smooth as can be.
Arkham and Epic here. Feeling good, just like you were saying, Jacob, kind of playing actively, right? Constantly looking for tags, looking for angles, looking for rotates. They're never just sitting in one spot waiting. They're always doing something, always something on their mind, and that what really differentiates them from their opponents here, as Arkham looks like he's going to want to make the natural environmental mobility to his side, use it as a rotation, as Nitrex and Cesar do not have mobility, so they're gonna have to either recycle a launch pad or rotate on the low ground.
And I said, if Pars and Rays don't get that pull, they're gonna be in danger. Well, they have definitely been blessed right now. They get that short rotation, immediately find themselves into the zone, and go back to doing what got them to this point. They're just playing passive, just going for shots, just trying to take down everybody else's chances in the game. As Caesar and Nitrix sitting in first place, they don't have a ton of health. They don't have a ton of shields, but as soon as they find a moment to breathe, they can get those back up, but that moment is not now. Firing on from above, they're still struggling to get in towards zone with the harpoon that you talked about. The many uses, one of them including breaking through covers in a blink of an eye. That'll get you to point A to point B quicker than you think.
I mean, I'm loving this rotate. They're really doing what they can with what they have. They don't have a launch pad. They don't have mobility. They just have materials and a rotate. Choosing a nice path on the corner, but look at B-Doll, look at his duo partner. Look at the high ground that has just been dropped down. We have Notch and Salty continuously applying pressure to their opponents here. Meanwhile, there's duos battling it for the high ground, and we're about to get this 6th zone to start moving.
Yep, B-Dog already did go down. You see Miles and Gord just trying to take away the loot with the harpoon. Jeters goes down above them as well. That's going to be another team back to the lobby as Chris is going to be able to pick that one up. Salty and Notch thought they can go in and try to get the loot, but they might think twice, but they're not going to be done just yet. The zone has to pull here regardless, so they're going to continue to move forward. And there goes Gord's sweet, sweet loot.
Salty and Notch here, 6 below. Just a little bit of a tickle on their opponent. It's going to be enough damage to get above that threshold as we have all the duos here. You can see them rotating on the left side of the screen. Arkham and Epic Whale, they're playing second height. They're doing what they like to do, looking above, waiting for that perfect moment to strike as we have Salty and Notch. They're just waiting to make something happen.
Evo and On1 staggering themselves back in towards the zone, letting everybody move up so they can get the most out of that jump pad. That was a brilliant play, but risky that they're able to pull off, and that is going to allow them to get to the front side of zone towards the low ground where they can recycle mats for Arkham Epic, making a play for the high ground. They're going to get it for now. Chris is going to go up as well and try to challenge him, but Yagvir had another player there, so they're separated in this short moment, but that's Arkham and Epic's chance to strike. The high ground continues to go over, but it's not going to go over easy as it's still being fought for. Epic Whale is going to tag him from the side. Arkham's going to remain with the pressure of the high ground and could try to force these players down, which they will. So the high ground will be solidified by Arkham and Epic.
They made it happen. They dropped them down, and you can see Epic Whale was tarping in the front side of zone. Meanwhile, Arkham was going for those shots. Great positioning from both players, but Arkham is actually going to be knocked down by Chris here. Chris now might have that opportunity to take the high ground as Epic Whale is playing as a solo, and he's going to go for that 2 versus 1. Takes down one. Will he be able to get the other one? 19, and he takes them both out.
Oh my God, that is a play of a champion, and that goes to show that they are on another level right now. That is something that can't be mimicked, as he's still getting shot from above. 3 eliminations, but you got to think with those eliminations, that was 6 more points to their total. Pars and Raze, though, are the team in first place. 121 points, looking good, splitting the mats, splitting the resources, and have a ton of hills as well.
Salty and Notch, though, feeling good right on that cutoff. 7th place. They need one more spot to get into the threshold. As actually Notch is going to get knocked down. Now it's all up to Salty playing as a solo, but he has 3 floppers. He has the chug splashes. He has what he needs to play inside of the zone here, making it happen. But you got to be careful. There's so many duos close by. Your positioning, your route is so important. It's crucial to staying up in this moving zone, as Salty is going to ultimately get knocked down there. But we got Evil and On1 on the high ground.
Looks like Pars might be here as a solo as well. Evo, like you said, on the high ground, still putting that pressure. So much light ammo between these two that the pressure will not stop until every player in the lobby is dropped, as Creep and Leo still from the low ground recycling the builds that they can. They spot Chicken floating through. They realize it's just a down body. We don't have to distract ourselves with it just yet. But finally, they're going to pick up the elimination, realizing nobody else is around.
Pars now playing it as a solo, has 130 points, has taken that #1 spot, and is looking to maintain it here as he's just looking for an angle, looking for a shot he can take to get those eliminations. Currently has 2, but Evil and On1, they're still on the high ground in the 17th place spot. This victory royale could come in huge for them as Creep and Leo. They are a full duo on the low ground. They have a med mist. They have 3 med mists, Jacob, and 3 floppers. They could play the heal off.
They just kind of toss it to one person. You said it yourself. Heal off is definitely possible. But but it's not possible for Kimchi, but he gets the siphon, gets a little bit of a refresh, but immediately under siege, forced to bob and weave, jumbo all around to try to survive, but he's no longer a target from the high ground, but he's a target from that mid layer. But the pressure will not stop, like I said, until every player is dropped. Jeffers, Crimson towards the low ground, 3 teams alive.
3 teams alive, 6 players up. Jeffers here alongside Crimson, taking down one. They got Leo. That's the duo that had the heal off. They could have played it out, but now will they be able to do it? Crimson is still up alongside his duo. It looks like it's the 2 versus 2 on the high and low ground. Creep has got the med mist, has got the flopper, so he's healing it out. He's playing it bit by bit, but now Evil and On1 got to make the decision. Do they battle that duo? Do they wait it out? What are they going to end up doing?
Yep, those are definitely a good amount of placement points if he can continue to out-heal and put himself in that spot. But they know one player is still around. You see Jeffers trying to keep an eye, poke every single place. His Creep, he's just letting the storm tick to utilize as much of the med mist as possible, staggering himself out, slowly but surely trying to move in, letting these 2 teams battle it out, but his run has come to an end. He is instantly spotted out by Crimson, who picks up that elimination, and 6 more points to their total, which leaves high ground versus low ground.
High ground, Evil and On1 in the 15th place spot, and we got Crimson and Jeffers on the low ground in the 4th place spot. Who is going to take this victory royale? It's high ground versus low ground, the classic in these late games. On1, though, 6 chug splashes, 4 floppers. Looks like he's going to play that heal off.
Yep. Jeffers only 1 med miss, though. You got to wonder what else is around. Crimson's going to drop. There's a ton of loot there. Evo's dropped as well. This is going down to a heal off. Floppers and splashes versus med miss. Evo's going to go out. On1 almost full HP. Jeffers is running out of opportunity here, but he's still continuing to find a way with all the heals that he have. But 2 floppers left versus so many med miss. Jeffers might actually come out on top with a big victory. He has to drop down. They have to be able to contest him, and you can see he's looking for him. On1 has no more choices. He has no more hope, but he finds a way to get the victory out after a long chase.
On1 makes it happen, from playing the heal off into zone to realizing I might not have enough splashes, I might not have enough floppers. How is my opponent still up and going? And he drops down, securing that striker pump shot alongside the combat SMG spray. And just like that, On1 and Evo are going to the finals.
That's something Jeffers is going to learn from right there. He's going to drop every single weapon, pick up all those heals, and run deep into zone as far as possible. They're going to say, run, run.
I mean, that was a close one. I can feel the nerves from those last 2 players healing off, saying, how is he still up? How many med miss, how many floppers, chug splashes does my opponent have? But ultimately, that aggressive play was really what got them the victory royale.
I almost got to imagine, though, Evil, he did go down early on, so he's probably calling out a lot how many heals he has left. And as soon as he probably called out that he was running low, he said, you got to drop down low. It's your only hope.
And I mean, I think Jeffers had so much heals because they took out Creep, the solo that was in zone for so long, and he still had 2 med mists on him. So they were able to tank it for so long. That was really a late game that I have not seen in ages.
Yep, with these 2 teams, 1st and 2nd place, picking up a ton of points. One of them advancing directly to the finals. Where does everybody else stand? What type of highlights did we miss? Kelly, Panda, Clay, show us it all.
I mean, after game number 4, I don't think we can predict at all what our top 6 is going to go because so many top teams right there went down pretty early on. But oh my goodness, Chad. Height versus low ground, 2v2. We think that's how it's going to go. No, wait, it's going to be a heal off. No, wait, he comes back in, goes for the elimination, and grabs the VR. Panda, that was probably one of the best plays we've seen all day.
Look, let's be honest. On1 was on one. He got the VR. It was an incredible way to finish it off. Honestly, Clay and I were standing here, right? We're looking at each other. We're like, no, he's going to win the heal off from the low ground. All of a sudden, we see On1 drop to the ground, get the elimination, and we just burst through excitement. I mean, look, these players, it was an interesting battle here in these final moments.
Yeah, and it was because they did get that elimination onto the player on the low ground, who decided to run back towards the players that were eliminating him, and that left him with a lot of med miss on the ground, Panda.
It definitely did. So that was the thing, right? Obviously, the med miss, we're going to be able to carry him here through a lot, but would it have been enough? It did look like in those final moments, if On1 didn't drop down, it could have been the win factor, and here it is. Jeffers just holding on to the med miss. You see him refresh and swap to the 150, and then all of a sudden, without a chance. On1 drops down, gets the elim, and walks away with the VR.
That is what you want to see. And honestly, I don't think we see too many heal-off games like that go back for the aggressive. Usually they're just like, all right, these are the heals that I have. Maybe I'll try and look for more items. And rarely does it actually find the opponent that is healing you off. So incredible performance there from On1. Cannot wait to see you in the finals there with Evil. But we got to talk about some more teams. And you know what? Let's talk about Pars and Raze again. Because going down once again to a solo competition, and it looked like there was a chance for them to take it, Clay.
It was, and I'm just going to say it. Panda, you got to be regretting not picking them just a little bit here after this performance. I mean, look at Pars and Raze. They did really well working box to box. I mean, come on.
Listen, I don't know what you're talking about. I believed in them since the beginning. I don't know what you're talking about. Pars and Raze here, incredible team, and they're showcasing what they have to offer. Now, one thing I do want to mention here, they were really solid on eliminations, but a few mistakes were in the end game, but they're staying consistent nonetheless.
And I do want to give a shout out to Creep, joined by Leo there. We know that they definitely have the opportunity to make it into the finals, but we got to look right now. Pars and Raze, who needs a VR when you have 130 points right there? Salco and Kimchi jumping up, potentially solidifying themselves into our top 6. Below them, it is Jeffers and Crimson jumping up 10 points. Nitrix and Caesar still in our top 6. So are Arkham and Epic Whale, but they're going down more and more and more. Krypus and Thoric are holding that 6th place spot with 102 points, but look how close the competition is, all the way down to 9th. That is only a 10-point difference. And what we just saw, we've already had a double-digit elimination game, guys. 10 points is nothing.
It really is nothing, and it's going to come down to the last game, Kelly. Panda, I cannot wait.
Oh, I cannot wait. I know you all at home cannot wait either. It is going to come down to this final moment. Will a team like Snacky and Favs walk away with the VR similar to what they did last season? Or will a new team rise to the occasion and show us what they got?
Well, unfortunately, you guys are going to have to... I'm just kidding, everyone. Game number 5 is ready to go right now.
And that was honestly a great way to end that segment coming into game number 5, because the storyline still remains. The defending champions, Favs and Snacky, they didn't do that well during semifinals last season. It took them a heel off in game number 5 to qualify to the finals.
I guess what game we're going into, Jacob. We are going into game number 5 shortly here. So, I mean, anything can still happen. We've got some players that are already in that cutoff, in that top 6 on the leaderboard. But we have other players that might be a bit more behind, and they really got to play for that victory royale. So, if the high ground's contested, I'm not going to be too surprised. And we are going to find out shortly because the battle bus is ready.
The battle bus is ready, Takada. But is everybody else? Because these are the final moments of semifinal day number 1, where everything is on the line. We have Moose and Aiden qualified, Jaden and Victor V, Ryan and Lemon. There are so many great opportunities for teams to go directly to the finals, but the last chance they're going to have here is top 6 or a victory royale in game 5.
I mean, will they be able to get it? As Zayrez here is actually going to annihilate his opponent out of the sky. They're knocking him down now. Has that player advantage, but are they going to play aggressive here? Are they going to go directly for the push? And it looks like that might just be the play here, but be careful. You don't want to risk it all.
They don't even know. They're saving the day of Sedna here for this moment with those shots from that 3rd team over towards Chonker Speedway, but that's not going to slow him down. He realized you have to take advantage of this moment, and I do believe that's going to force Physics to leave Sedna down. This is almost like deja vu all over again of that last game. Sedna and Physics getting separated, and slowly but surely they hunted him down, but I think this time around they have different plans. They're going straight for that victory royale, so they don't want to contest a possible 1 player and then a 3rd party towards the outside and have it all come crumbling down.
I mean, you can tell it's the last game. These players are playing extremely cautious, right? Even though they had the player advantage, they had the 1 versus 2 in Chonkers, they did not want to play that risky game of going for that elimination. But looking here at Quinn and Defiable dropping in Greasy Grove, and it looks like they're even contested by 2 other duos.
Talk about putting it all on the line. A huge switch up. Could be a mistake, or it could be the big brain play we know Rich Homie Quinn to have. Salco and Kipchi do go down. They must go again tomorrow with their 2nd opportunity. But you can't take those opportunities for granted because you're going to end up on Sunday, game number 6 all over again, wondering what happened.
I mean, I'm not sure how much points they had, Jacob, but they were in second place spot when they got eliminated. So we'll have to find out if they're able to hold it, right? But remember, just like you were saying, if they don't make it today, they have another opportunity tomorrow. If they don't make it tomorrow, they got another opportunity. So they're really just trying to make this qualification happen as soon as possible. And you can even see that the average points needed to qualify through consistency is 107 points. So you know Nitrex and his duo partner, they're feeling pretty good with 108.
I do believe Kimchi and Salco might have like 119 at the minimum, maybe a little bit more. But we're going to see a replay of how they did go down. Yes, it is going to be 119. Kimchi did fall early, and Salco, just too many angles, not enough builds, unable to overcome. But will 119 hold? That's going to be a big pressure for them. Can you imagine yourself sitting, going down early, and you have to watch and kind of hope for everybody else's demise?
Edge of your seat, biting your nails, trying to figure out, did you make it? Did you qualify to the finals? As Arkham and Epic Whale still have to make something happen here. 105 points in the 5th place spot. The average to qualify was 107, so they are 2 points behind the average here. Kind of cutting it a little close, so you know they most likely don't want to play too aggressive in the early game. They really just want to get as much placement points as they can and play that late game.
Yep. Keep bringing up that bubble here. Another team literally directly outside of that bubble. Bolts and Kruyar, 98 points. This is going to be like a pressure cooker for a lot of these teams, honestly, for a lack of better words, because when you're on that close to the bubble, it almost makes you, do I go for the victory royale? Do I continue to play the game? If you continue to fall down and you realize you're not finding the shots, you're down on Surge, that puts even more pressure as Notch and T this time around. They have that uncontested Rocky Reel, so that's going to give them a lot of time to mat up. They should kind of leave this POI with max mats and maybe a ton of heals. I do believe.
Notch and Teed, I mean, you know, they're feeling pretty safe here. The problem is they're definitely nervous because they are out of that cutoff, but they do have a nice drop spot. They have loot, they have materials, and they have time to rotate, but someone that might be getting into a dangerous situation here, it's Thoric, who's going up against Typical Gamer and Noah W plays. But the question is, will they actually take that engagement? Just like we were saying before, Jacob, it's the last match of the day. It's game 5. So any risk you take in this early game could be crucial to your tournament. So it really just depends what your game plan is. And seeing that Krypus and Thoric, they're in the cutoff right now in 6th place, I'm sure they don't want to get too aggressive here in the early game.
Especially even if they know or whether you don't know. Typical Gamer and Noah have been playing aggressive game after game, and they're quick to kind of realize what is going on and why they're getting aggressive, because they're not in that top 6 bubble. They realize they're going to need a miracle, massive amount of eliminations and a 2nd place to get in the bubble. Obviously, a victory royale would be an auto qualification, and they're saying, hey, I don't want to bank on having to get 10, 15, even 20 elimination with a 2nd place, so we're just going to go ahead and play a calm, cool, collected game, and hopefully we get the victory royale at the end of the day.
Nitrex here, 108 points, and this is not a situation you want to be in, Jacob. 4th place spot just on that cutoff. You could even see the 6th place team was not too far behind, so everybody here is just playing on that borderline. And when you're playing as a solo in the last match, it's really a hard decision. Do you go for the reboot? Do you just try clutching it up, as Chicken Itza and his duo partner here are in the same scenario here in 7th place?
See, they have almost everybody really staying alive except for maybe Sedna, and that's if Physics didn't get the reboot. It's gonna have to kind of force that of Chonkers Speedway. You see the Synapse Station teams beginning to rotate north as well, because this is a little bit of a northern pull. It's about Greasy, and between Greasy and I think right above Command Cavern, maybe a little bit more, and that's a big pull for these players that are to the south side of the map. And that's a little bit of a slower side this time around. We see Landjock Punisher end up in big exchanges to where teams aren't going to have too much congestion, but that leaves them wide open for those surge shots.
Kruyar Bolts here, Clay's pick just on the borderline. I'm sure Clay's feeling a little nervous right now as they come closer and closer to the Coney Crossroads. And looking at the mini-map, seems that Arkham and Epic Whale might still be there, as there are 2 green arrows close by. But also Noah Plays is going to take out Echo, but I believe Echo's duo partner might still be up.
Yep, definitely is still up here in this one. And B-Dog, Cheaters trying to take whatever's left of Coney Crossroads. Jeffers and Crimson sitting in 3rd place, even though they didn't get that big victory royale at all to qualify. Hey, 2nd place, I believe, what, 28 points off of that alone. Got to be having that confidence boost, but you got to realize 109, you're on the bubble. Even though you're inside of it, you cannot give up, and you cannot let up off the gas, because that is what another team below you is waiting for.
Jeffers, though, alongside Crimson here, third place spot in the Rocky Reels. I see a lot of teams playing kind of safe here. We saw some early game aggression in the previous matches, but now you know that these duos really just want to make the most out of this last match, either play for the victory royale or play for that top 6 spot on the consistency leaderboard, as we have Snacky here in 13th spot alongside Favs. They do have a good loadout this match, though. They have the mobility, they have the loot, and I wouldn't be surprised if they played aggressive for the high ground in this late game, or maybe just like we saw in the qualifiers game 1, Snacky just going all out on that low ground, going for a Elim after Elim as Madden here in Victim. Looking for the tags, right? Nice 26 one. I mean, it's all little by little. It's what you got to do.
Noah plays in typical gamer. I don't know if they're doing this on purpose, but they took out one player that landed Sleepy Sounds, and they just took out a full duo that landed towards Sleepy Sounds. That's what you call alpha-ing up here. Just like you see Victim at the top, tied, I believe it said 3rd place with most eliminations so far, but sitting in 12th place. That's because they're not able to match that aggression with the placement points needed. Now, they're going to have to get even more eliminations with some placement, or just straight up the victory royale.
Nitrix, though, we talked about it in the early game. He was in such a risky situation playing as a solo just on the cutoff in 4th place here, but now he's going to go for the reboot. Has a flopper to heal up in the zone. We're going to see now where that second zone closes. I mean, it does close quite west on the map, and seeing that Nitrix is in Jonesy's, he's going to have to do one of the longest rotations from a duo today.
Yep. Either that, or he's going to force out an early launch pad, depending on what heals he has towards his name. And I like Caesar immediately kind of using that reboot where you kind of get launched down to use it as mobility of sorts. He realizes you're not going to get a good amount of items down towards what you already looted, so might as well try to take the scraps while moving simultaneously in towards the zone and creep. Going southern towards Synapse Station, going for a reboot as well. That's 2 in a matter of minutes. West don't go down.
You can tell we're on West right now. I mean, reboot after reboot in the last match of the day, but what's a little concerning is they are so far in Storm for these reboots, so I really hope they have enough med kits, bandages, med mists, floppers, anything really to just tank the Storm and make it. As Jeffers and Crimson here from the Rocky Reels, continuing to rotate now on the corner of zone, but we saw where it closed. It's pretty midwest of the map, so they are going to have to do something here. Will they be going for the rotation, or will they be going for some tags? They do have 0 eliminations.
Yeah, and because of where the zone is actually forcing a lot of the players to rotate to, if you don't get in zone earlier than later, that's a lot of high ground you're going to have to go up against. That's a lot of players that are going to be boxed up, already in positions, looking outside of the zone for any players straggling too far behind. But I like how Jeffers is kind of leading the charge. Crimson is making sure to keep everybody at bay. If you peek to shoot my teammate, you're going to regret it. I'm at least going to get a surge tag on you right back.
And we got Pars and Rays here, leaving a little bit of info that Rays is second in total elims with 11. I know at the start of the match, Echo was in that 1st place spot for elims, but now seeing the Rays is slowly but surely going up to that #1 elim spot. I mean, in the 1st place spot as well on the leaderboard. They're feeling more than good here as Arkham and Epic Whale going to be using a vehicle to rotate, but they realize that 362 above, I mean, they don't really need so many tags, they just need that positioning.
Yeah, and that's why you see them kind of just, instead of going for a high ground spot, risking a lot of damage on the actual car, maybe a pop tire or 2, they're just content getting in towards the zone. They are literally the bubble team on the inside, 5th place at 105. You said it before, 2 points shy of the average total needed to qualify through consistency. And honestly, for them, they want to make sure to end this game strong, because you not only really set the tone, you set the pace, but you need to build that confidence right before finals.
And Nitrix and Cesar, I mean, they have the confidence, but do they have what it takes to make it into zone? Going all the way from Jonesy's now. You can even see the zone. I mean, it's right in front of them. They're really so close, but at the same time, they're so far. They do have the 2 medkits, though, and I mean, if they really have to, they have a launch pad, but I'm sure there's more mobility they can find that they don't have to use as Kruger and Bolts here. do need to do a bit of damage. They have used the shield keg, so that could have been beneficial as Storm Surge is taken, but it looks like they're pretty confident that they'll be able to do enough damage here. They're 34 above, so just a few tags, Jacob. That's all they need.
Yeah, I almost would rather see them kind of look at different angles, though. But as soon as they're about to rotate, they're getting kind of shot from all around, forcing some builds out. But I like Bolts. He's immediately building up in wood, even though this isn't the final location I believe he's going to set himself up at. But he knows he still needs to get those shots for the surge. But unfortunately, all those shots are landing on him. He's going to get dwindled down, but the shield keg is out. Now this is that perfect moment. We talked about it throughout the day where you can go for those tags, trade off those shots that you need.
And that's what Nitrex is going to have to do here once they make it into zone. I'm actually surprised they're only 8 below, as they've had to do such a long rotate. But right as he gets into zone, he gets that damage, 87 above. But you got to be careful, because that's going to drop down. It's going to drop down quite quickly, as there's 1 minute and 20 seconds left until the zone starts closing. But only 2 players have to get eliminated until Storm Surge starts ticking. So it's really a question of time here.
Yeah, and honestly, it's going to be a little tricky to try to battle through, but you pointed at me. I know I hear it too. Player on Tilted Towers going for the reboot. I almost want to see every single one of those arrows immediately converge and just turn in a blink of an eye, realizing, hey, these are free shots. He's just floating down from above.
And that might just be what happened. You can see the mini-map. The duos have turned around. They've taken a peek, and actually they've even knocked down Slick, which was the player that was rebooted in Tilted Towers. I mean, you called it. All the duos looked directly at that rebooted player and actually just knocked them down. So now the solo is going to have even more of a difficult time getting into zone, as they know there's still one person up and they have to rotate soon.
Yep. You see this Western and Echo with both the campfire and the shield keg. You can see them looking for the shots that they needed, but with the campfire going out and the shield keg being drained, they haven't found the opportunities that they need until now. That was Western, I do believe, who found the shot, seeing a player cannonball through the sky. They're still trying to go for more surge because they realize 22, that's basically nothing, but instead of being nothing, you're just barely above the threshold.
And that's what they got to do, right? Look for that tag, look for a little bit of damage, but they have time. They don't have to play too risky. I mean, they can lose a bit of HP, but you don't want to get eliminated. As long as you play it relaxed, get the shots that you need to get. You don't have to be 500 above. You just need to be, 100, 200 above. Then you can get more damage as the zone goes on, as you keep rotating, like Crimson and Jeffers are looking to do here, as Show and Poppy Blast are going to be right below them.
Probably looking to take advantage of those players towards the low ground, but they don't even know they're getting saved right now by a team towards the high ground. They have no idea how much help they just got. Crimson was just trying to line up a shot. They were going to 3-2-1 like New Year's and try to light up the sky, but they're still finding a way in towards zone. But this is where it's going to get tricky, because look at the mountain right in front of them on the mini-map. They have to go left or right or use a lot of builds to go up.
I mean, there's so many people up there, Jacob. It's just going to be incredibly risky. And we can see that Nitrex is actually going to be the one that knocked down Slick, but I'm not sure if you saw, but right before this replay popped up, Slick was up with CZR. So they were making it back to zone, and it looks like Nitrex might just be looking to get back into that action as he takes down one. Looks like it's going to be West here. Now it's a lot to Echo, but Echo is going to go down as well. You can see Slick and CZR, they're up, and they're getting a bit of vengeance here onto Nitrex and Cesar as they're up and they're in the game.
From almost literally nothing, forced to get a reboot, to this, refresh, Siphon, Max, everything they need to continue on the game like nothing happened. And honestly, if we didn't see it here live, I guarantee you they'd tell the story so. Nothing happened, guys. We were cool, we were calm, but we saw it all live here as you see Crimson now under siege, 4th place. This is not a time to go down, and they do. 110, 110 points, Takata. That's going to be burned in their memory.
Only 3 points above the average cutoff to qualify. Will it be enough? We'll just have to find out after this game finishes. But you can see Epic Royal Arca, getting a little dancing, feeling pretty happy, feeling motivated, seeing what they can do. As Landjock and Punisher, though, they're going to be close by, but they might also get a bit of focus onto them as they are continuing to rotate. They are placing down new builds, which is going to make you be focused by these players on the hill, right? It's a dangerous decision. You have to rotate late, so we'll have to see if they were able to make it out of that. But Courier and Bolts looking back. Bolts actually has to pop some minis here, so now Courier is going to be left alone to get the damage on these duos, which have to rotate in late.
And I like the interesting play to do it all without any variation of the striker, the drum, or the auto shotguns. He's ready to go in that CQC, or even take away high ground and put that pressure on from above, but you have to definitely make it there. And the closer this one goes towards the end game, the more you might want one of those variations over that striker burst AR.
Courier Bolts here, making sure to destroy the trees close by, because they could block their rotate when they have to do so. And Slick CZR, they've got into zone right beside Nitrex, who's playing as a solo again. He's got the reboot, but he's back at it again, trying to clutch it up here. 99 above, but he's getting shot from multiple angles surrounding him now, just trying to secure those last little bits of placement. But he might just be able to get a refresh here, taking some shots onto CZR, but quickly going to take the disengagement. He's already above, just has to not get focused here, and he might just be able to keep himself up.
Yeah, here for him, even if he does go down, it's all about scraping as many points as you can as a solo. I see Noah plays, getting yet another one. Curior's gonna get dropped. Bolts is trying to backtrack. He's trying to get himself a comfort layer. Armored Wall is gonna go down, but he's still under siege on another angle. He cannot go for the revive just yet, especially knowing that team is right below him, waiting for the opportunity. The shots are gonna continue to fire off. Another Armored Wall is gonna be forced, but Bolts, with his back up against the wall, has no choice and almost has no exit because of those same Armored Walls, and he's gonna go down.
Combat and Buzo Fan are gonna take out Bolts and Cruyor, but there's still so many duos that can make it happen here. Delta and Baka in that 7th place spot. I mean, there's just so many teams close to that threshold. Anybody can take it, but Delta has to focus on getting damage here. 21 above the Storm Surge. They have so much loot, so much materials, and now another elimination. That's 3 extra points.
The points that you were talking about him to burst within the bubble. This is our last game of the day. Only 5 games today instead of the normal 6. So this is the last chance these guys have to get the points, move into top 6. The last chance a team will have to get that victory royale and advance directly into the finals. As Notch and Salty sitting on the outside of that bubble. 97 points. You see them chopping down the builds so they can use a launch pad and get to zone so they don't have to worry and travel through all that chaos.
And you can see how many duos are rotating from south to north now to get into this 5th zone. But Salty is actually going to be taken out in the sky as he's rotating. But he's so quick to drop his loot for his duo partner. Now Notch might just be able to pick him up and get this revive. Will he have enough time, Jacob? He has 7 seconds. 30 seconds left till the zone fully closes, and he just might be able to do it.
He dropped his loot. He said, nah, what are you doing? Pick that up, boy. I'm keeping you in this game. We got more work to do here in this one. As Chicken and his duo running out of resource, VC giving over that launch pad, allowing Chicken to make the decision, and he immediately goes for the cone. And I see it so much, teams don't peek through to get that information. He's trying to figure out when, where everybody is being placed, so when they do get this moving zone, when it does appear, he can act in the blink of an eye.
Oh, as Nitrex just acted there to get a nice bump shot, but it was traded. Now taken down to 16 HP. Gonna pop 1 mini, gonna pop 2. Will he be able to stay up here as Kika is just right beside him, 1 box away? If he makes this edit, will there be a duo looking at him? It's just so risky to be in this situation, but Nitrex, to be fair, has done a phenomenal job clutching it up all the way to the 2nd place spot with 121 points. Now playing as a solo for the 2nd time in the same match. He's out of shields. All he's got is a striker pump, 1 combat SNG, and a med mist. Can he make it happen?
Yeah, and I see him. He doesn't want to give away his position by using the med mist. He doesn't want to give away the fact that he is low, he is weak, but he founds one onto CZR, but immediately goes down. And that's going to be a big one there as they get enough points. Bars raised, trying to move in. Arkham Epic using that launch pad as well. Everybody trying to find that sweet spot into zone, or at least as close as possible.
21 duos up, 40 players, but they are going down like flies as Chicken and his duo partner knocked down 1. Go for that elimination. It's Noah. Noah has been taken out. Now Typical Gamer forced to play it out as a solo, as Chris is the player with the high ground, but you have to be careful. This is the last match. This is the game where players are going to go for that high ground, go for that victory royale, but for now, Chris and his duo partner, they have it.
Epic Well Arkham still doing what they can as well. Epic Well looking like he was going to attack, but immediately immediately goes hip to hip with Arkham once more. They don't want to throw everything that they have right out the window. It almost seems like they're trying to gather as many points as possible. They know how to win, and they know how to get there, and that's the road that they're trying to take, and the road that Krypus has to do alone here as a solo. But 2 floppers, 6 minis, armored walls. He definitely has the tools for success as a solo.
Notch and Salty, though. They've got the splashes. They've got the shields. They've got the damage. But will they be able to get into that threshold? Top 7 right now. They're 1 place away with 107 points. And it looks like Chris and Jackbeer, they still have that high ground. But the Titans are up. Snacky Fabs, Epic Whale, and Arkham. We have the best of the best playing it out here as Pars and Raze. They launchpad it, but wasn't the play as Raze gets cracked, almost taken down. But Notch is going to continue his wrath here, taking down Landjunk now with 2 eliminations.
Immediately trying to break those walls, get whatever they can. Chicken taking some damage along with his duo. Shields are being dropped, and it doesn't look like they have too many. Par's going to get dropped along with Raze. Hopefully their point total's enough, sitting in first place as the aggression will continue. Elimination will be picked up, and that's Defiable going down. Rich Homie Quinn as well. Their chances are gone. Tomorrow they go again, but Chicken's going to go out. It's all up to 1 player as a solo here on this team, and he's doing a good job. He uses both of the floppers, gets the med miss, allowing himself to stagger towards outside.
Great play there from Chicken's duo partner, using the med mist to keep himself up. You can see they're in the 5th place spot. They just might be able to clutch it up here. Stride passes at 3 HP, manages to get the Siphon node boosted up to 53, but ultimately getting knocked out as Epic Whale and Arkham, they're still up. They're still going for their eliminations. Epic Whale with 4, Arkham with 2. Could this be the game?
It could be. It definitely could be, but this is the first time in a while. There's 5 teams remaining. Everybody is a duo except for Snacky and Fabs. Back to lobby. Epic Whale stealing one of those away along with Jagbeer. We got our final 4 competitors in our last game of the day.
4 duos up, and it looks like they're all full teams, Jacob. It's 4 duos, 8 players, 1 on the high ground, the rest on the mid and low. Angel, Nigel looking to play it low here. Maybe gonna go for a drop, gonna go for an Elam, but it's so risky to take an engagement here. There's 3 duos in this low ground. Just 1 misplay, it could be it as Angel goes down, and now Epic Whale gonna go in for that 3rd party, gets the replace, gets the edit, gets the shot, taking down 1, taking down 2. Now there's only 3 duos up, 5 players.
Now this is what you call Fortnite Battle Royal here, as all that chaos ensued towards the low ground. But Jagbeer and Chris, they wanted no part of that danger as Nigel's still on the low. He has to go through former FNCS champions Arkham and Epic Whale, who are looking for redemption here in the last game of the day, as they've taken away that 1st place to really cement themselves in towards the finals. But there's still 2 teams fighting for that same shot, and Nigel's not going to get it. It's up to Jagbeer and Chris at the high ground.
Arkham and Epic Whale with double-digit eliminations. They've reached 10, but they want to make it more. Looks like they're going to go for that high ground. Chris has dropped at the same time. Now Arkham is up against Jagbeer. Jagbeer has gotten cracked here. Epic Whale still has shield, but Arkham is just 1 tick away as they start using chug splashes.
This is going to come down to the very wire here. All those resources, all that health is going to be used, but the high ground still is up to Jagbeer and Chris, but they don't have any builds, so how long can they maintain it? Not for long, as they drop down low, and they're going for it, but it's Arkham and Epic. I talked about redemption, and they have secured their spot in the finals.
I am speechless right now, Jacob. On the last match of the semifinals, Arkham and Epic Whale not only securing the victory royale, but doing so with double-digit eliminations, getting both players at the same time. I mean, I know you're happy.
Whether it was 1st place, 12 eliminations, victory royale to end the game, they did so good. I feel like a winner right now. I feel like I just won game number 5.
I mean, we kind of said it, right? They were just getting the warm-up games in beforehand. You know, we had that prediction on lockdown, Jacob, from game 1 to 4. They got the consistency, they got the points, they got warmed up, and they made it happen in game 5.
But here's the thing. Here's the tricky spot. Arkham and Epic were in 1st place. They just got the VR. They are no longer in contention for the top 6. So somebody just got gifted a spot. Who that somebody is, only Panda, Kelly, and Clay can give us that information.
Thank you so much, Jacob and Takada. And what, you know, we talked about it at the start, Panda. We saw in Chapter 2, Arkham, Epic Whale, and joined by Rex when it was trios, having a rough final set. And then for the last 2 games, grabbing those VRs. And not only did they grab the VR, not only did they do it from low ground, but each of them grabbed 6 eliminations. This is why they are the 6X champs.
No, look, you can't take away from the fact that they are incredible. They're immaculate, and they understand what they need to do in these high-pressure situations. Fortunately for them, they walk away not only securing the top spot on the leaderboard, but the VR. Like,
Can I
that
just
was
say, though,
incredible.
it was unnecessary, guys. Arc, Epic Whale, you were already in first place. Why couldn't you give my team, Chris and Jagveer, the win? Because they were in 16th place. There was no way they were going to get enough placement points. But you know what? They had an incredible performance. Epic Whale and Arkham deserve that VR.
They do. And honestly, going through their mind was probably leave no doubt, and they certainly left no doubt. Arkham, Epic Whale, not only making their way to the finals, but they're back, baby.
You know,
they're back.
We've seen them break up and rejoin so that they can get more practice. I claim it. This was all just practice. They all wanted to lure everyone into a false sense of security so that once they made it into the semifinals, they could do this. Obviously, we have to look to Snacky and Fabs, Notch and Salty. So many top teams in that final moment. We were practically screaming in the green room, Panda, because it just seemed like all of the top teams were going down one by one, except for one team, Arkham and Epic Whale.
Yeah, and it's actually exciting, right? Because obviously we can have some like inclination as to what is going on with the leaderboard, but unfortunately right now, I have no clue. Kelly, I don't think you have any clue what's going on, because there was just so much that took place in those final moments. So many incredible teams still up there in the final moments. I don't even know where Snacky and Favs might have ended, because they had a ton of elims too.
But you know what we do know? Our 5 Victory Royales winners. So who better to recant them than our 2 casters, everyone? Takada, Jacob, run us through those VRs.
I mean, what insane matches, Jacob. From the heel off to the elimination to the solo clutches to finishing it off with Arkham and Epic Whale. But game 1, we saw it. Moose and Aiden, who are actually contesting Snacky and Favs, making that spot open for the competitors.
Yep, then we have some unknown players, Lemon Ball and Ryan coming out big in game number 2. And honestly, one of my favorites outside of that last victory is Jaden and Victor V. I love to see these young competitors with the whole family supporting them succeed.
I mean, they made it happen, right? And another duo that made it happen was On1 and Evol, who secured that high ground and maintained it all the way through until they secured that victory royale. And I mean, we've talked about them for a while, Jacob. The Game 5 winners, Arkham and Epic Whale, making that comeback from the qualifiers to now getting that victory around the semis. I mean, I'm excited to see what they can do in the finals.
Like I said, it was a huge road of redemption for these guys. Arkham and Epic, former FNCS champions. They waited to the very last moment in day number 1.
But you know what everyone's here for right now? Our top 10 leaderboard. We saw that there was only a 10-point difference between 6th and 9th there. So let's see who has it on the big screen right there. We got Pars and Rays up on top with 144 points.
Wow. Listen, I believed in them from
did?
the beginning. I said, you know what, Pars and Rays, incredible team. But we got to talk about Thoric and Krypus as well. Look at them with that new team. That chemistry's coming together.
All right, I got to run through real quick, guys. We got Nitrix and Caesar, Notch and Salt.